kind of full. We had really, really long meetings and really short meetings. And we're kind of somewhere in between, I think. Let's see, turn that on.
So many people today.
Where's Mark? Hey, what are they here for?
Okie dokie. Yep. Just gonna take a 5-minute nap.
Nope.
You tired from your vacation?
Well,
Vacation.
he does have a baby.
Kelly said you were on vacation.
Oh, I was in Ireland for work.
You pick up the brogue?
What?
Have you picked up the brogue?
I did split the G the first time I did it, though. I went to Northern Ireland.
Oh, Northern Ireland. They don't have they have a brogue, but not the same.
Not the same.
So you were working
Yep.
another shift, another time?
Another, yeah, we're looking to stage all of our IT equipment. Well, we do it now. We do it in Chicago, where we bring up all of our IT infrastructure, and then we set up all the programs, applications, and we package it, and then we send it to Europe. But now we're going to do it in Europe to save on logistics and shipping. So we want to check out the warehouse and see where it's going to happen, ask questions, and all that.
I bought some
All that fun
Cheerios.
Oh, you did?
Not Cheerios. Well, I was packing and I was thinking about you.
Cameron here today? So yeah, so it's not. I flew out on a Sunday, and got there on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and flew back Thursday. No. Then I fly out Saturday to Finland for a week. Then I go to
Where are
France.
they building the ships nowadays?
They're building in Finland, France, Italy, and Germany.
4 ships at the same time. They're expecting a lot of cruising?
Yep.
Or are they replacing older ships?
Sir, we haven't announced any retirements of ships. We have old birds on our fleet, but we haven't. I think with the next class that we're going to build, we're going to retire some of the older ones.
Says that or something.
Thank you.
Call to order Minneola City Council workshop. If all rise for a moment of silence.
Our workshop was tabled.
Yes.
You got table to workshop?
And still pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So can we just move right into the meeting?
Yes.
Okay. I misspoke. That was not the workshop pledge. That was the meeting pledge. Agenda review, anything on the agenda?
Ask to postpone the minutes for the next meeting.
Okay, can I get a table to postpone the minutes, please?
I'll make a motion to postpone the minutes for the next agenda.
Okay, that would be the whole consent agenda.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay,
I'll second.
okay, got a first and a second. Okay.
A couple other things, because of the impact, and I apologize if you all didn't get the notice. The impact fee workshop, and item 6, the second reading of the ordinance, will be tabled. We're requesting it to be tabled until the next meeting on June 17th at 6:30, the same time. And so if we get a motion on that, I'd appreciate it.
Can I get a motion to table item number 6 to the next meeting
And the accompanying workshop.
in the accompanying workshop?
So moved.
Motion, can I get a second?
I'll second.
First and a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Okay, now I'll bring up to public comment. If there's anybody in the audience want to speak on anything, please come forth at this time. There will be time at the end of the meeting also if you think of something.
Good evening. Nathan Foch, 707 Blue Citrus.
Good evening.
I have just a couple of quick things. First, I want to thank staff for the Memorial Day service, not to steal your thunder at the end.
Yeah, thank you.
I apologize. But I thought about it. I appreciate those events, and as I was there in the morning while they were setting up, I realized that they come in on their, what should be a holiday to do that event, so I just wanted to thank them publicly.
Before you move on, though, I would
Yes.
also, since we're going to talk about that briefly here, I want to thank you for also volunteering and helping for that event as well, being out there. So I appreciate
pleasure.
your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. And anyone else who did come out there and help out. So thank you, Nathan, as well.
My pleasure. The next one, I've been walking, trying to get my girlish figure back, and so far it's not working. But there's a bunch of low limbs on like around Grassy Lake and 27. It's a bit of a limbo trying to go, and I see all the parents, now school's out, but the parents are doing the same thing, trying to dodge all the limbs. So I don't know, is that school's responsibility or the MAC's responsibility to limb, or is it our responsibility because it's our sidewalk? But there's some that are, 5 feet off the ground.
Ordinance requires the property owner to maintain their trees up to the edge of pavement, as
Right.
well as the grass.
So that right there where the kids are all walking, there's some that are getting pretty. It's the MAC and Grassy Lake in particular. We'll see while I walk around other places. The water has been a big topic. I just happened to hear last night in the Groveland meeting, they're talking about getting real-time radio water meters. In particular, they were talking about doing it because they're going to charge more for the new meters. But it was interesting to me because supposedly it's real-time data. So if we did that, then we could get a little more intelligent about water usage, catching leaks earlier, things like that. So I didn't know how expensive those real-time meters are versus the wireless that we're doing now, but I just thought I'd mention it because they're looking at it. So TJ Fish may know a model or a price point if someone could talk to him. And I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you again.
Thanks.
Farmer Banks Helfrich, Clay Road District, South Lake County. Farm tip of the day, it is watermelon season, and I have 3 hacks for you. When a watermelon starts to form, put cardboard underneath it. It lifts it off the ground. It keeps pests away. The second one is to rotate it every few days, and that will keep it colored throughout. The third one is the vine that comes from the plant and the vine that goes to the watermelon. Where that intersects, on the other side, there is a curlicue. When that curlicue is brown, it's time to pick the watermelon. Mayor, council, distinguished guests, in 2023, the Johns Hopkins University conducted a study to find the #1 cause of death in children in the United States. No, it is not drownings. No, it is not car accidents. It's not even cancer. The #1 cause of death in children between the ages of 1 and 17 in the United States is firearms. So what do we do about it as a society, as a civilization? Back in 1965, Ralph Nader wrote a book, Unsafe at Any Speeds, to bring awareness to the fatalities in car accidents. By 1968, the seatbelt was law. Crumple zones and anti-lock brakes and airbags were later instituted into car manufacturing. Ralph Nader has saved millions of lives, and he continues to do to this day. Today, In the city of Groveland, the Groveland Police Department offers courses in firearms safety and awareness. A.W. Peterson Gun Shop offers classes. There is a cost involved in gun awareness and safety. Locks and vaults are the new thing as far as gun safety. So what does this boil down to? One thing, and that is no parent who has lost a child to a firearm wants another parent to ever have to experience it themselves. I am Farmer Banks Helfrich. May you all be blessed. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Jennifer Morse, 1064 Golden Dawn Loop. The Game Time rep, Roy, was at the meeting yesterday for the RFP Trailhead Park project and saw the new layout for the playground. He asked if this was measured because it didn't look like it was going to fit. And he should know because he worked on the design for the park for over a year with me and my fellow volunteer community park committee members. Mark, your words were, the city wants to fast track this, and no, it's just a drawing and nothing was measured. Is that correct?
It's not precise, that's correct. We do have takeoffs and quantities for a lot of the things there, though.
Okay. We submitted this fully designed project to the city 6 months ago. The park would nearly be done by now, but this city and the council is steadfast on doing it 5 steps backwards. For what? Credit? Because they are intimidated that a non-staffer could do it better, that a contractor is just going to tack on 30% to the price tag of the playground when you could have just gone through an Omnia contract for that piece. And only 3 contractors showed up. One expressed the concern that there wasn't even a baseline budget. Most contracts have a baseline budget to work from, right? Additionally, you're asking them to build a parking lot across the street right between 2 residential homes. That's insane. Lastly, when asked who you used to upload this bid to, Mark, you said Doge, is that correct? Or Dodge? Dodge? Dodge doesn't even allow direct bid submissions, vendor registration, or communication tracking. Using Dodge alone is like advertising a job opening in a newspaper classified instead of on LinkedIn or Indeed. It might have worked 15 years ago, but now it's a bottleneck that shrinks your pool of bidders, reduces competition, and wastes taxpayer dollars. If we want competitive bids, better pricing, and broader participation, we need a post where the contractors actually are. Dodge is for looking backward. We need a platform that works forward, like BidNet or DemandStar. We've had too many failed or delayed projects because there's no one accountable for seeing them through correctly. That's why I'm requesting that you guys resubmit this RFP through BidNet or an equally competitive platform where vendors actually are. Hire a real project manager to oversee the process from start to finish and stop burying community involvement and treating volunteers like a threat. Residents and volunteers aren't your enemy. We're the reason this even got off the ground. Quit acting like transparency and collaboration are threats. This is not about taking credit, it's about competence, and it's time the city starts operating like it actually values results. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? At this point in time, Ms. Flynn? You just talk in the mic down there? Well, you can just talk into the mic, please.
So if I could have Jeff Henderson come up here. While he's coming, Jeff was our chair for a couple of years on our Planning and Zoning Board. He served 7 years of dedicated service. And Jeff, for your time, your effort, your thoughtful contributions that you made while you were on the board are truly appreciated and very meaningful to this community. So on behalf of the City Council, the members of the Planning and Zoning Board, we want to thank you for your service.
Thank you. Thank you. Pam, you want to say anything?
Thank you. No, thank you.
He was on your board too.
Yeah, he sure was. We go back many years, so thank you very much. And I will say I might have lost you as a chairperson on P and Z, but I gained a really good friend, so thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
And my neighbor of 28 years.
So, you want to just say thanks?
He was a great kickball player.
Yes, he is.
And he's a trash talker. He could talk trash. So, thank you. Joe, anything? Okay. Moving on, project update.
All right, so Mark, we'll start the list that I had. I know it's been a couple of weeks, so we'll just bring it back up. So we'll get
We
ready.
have all the departments heads here to give their own area updates, and a little PowerPoint to go with that, if it's
So
okay.
if you let them go through it, then if you have any questions. Is that-
I'd rather go through this one, and then we can go through that.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
And some of them may coincide, and that's all right. We can just skip on it through it. Minneola Library.
Oh, no, we're not doing the PowerPoint yet, just answering the questions. Okay.
Yeah, just a standard update from a construction standpoint, opening standpoint, just an overall high-level review of it.
I provided a picture in PowerPoint, and there's a lot has been done since then. The interior painting has been done, the exterior painting has been done. Sidewalks were completed, certain special wash sidewalks were completed this week, and more sidewalks will be completed soon. I have a list here that I can open for you. The grading, stormwater, and utilities will continue once the sidewalks are poured. Stonework is 98% complete. Exterior columns are complete. Interior trim work, casings, jambs, sills is complete, and painting of them is done. Interior doors are stained and installed with the final coat of finish completed. Interior beam work is complete, and the stain work and finish are also completed. The reception desk has been framed, and the trim work will continue next week. The tile work in the bathrooms is completed, including floors and walls. Cabinets are installed, and the counters will be installed next week. The mechanical trim out is complete. The electrical terminal will begin next week when the picture arrives. The plumbing trim will be done once the countertops are installed. The lobby atrium framing is complete, and waterproofing will be done on the 16th, along with the stonework on the face. Construction is progressing well, and we are on track to be ready for furnishings in July.
Do we still have a target opening date of September 1st?
Yes, it could be later, could be later in September. You know how things go, but we hope it will be, well, September 1st is Labor Day, so obviously it won't be that day.
Right, so it'll be September
But
2nd.
it's sometime in, I really don't know. I would like for it to be,
So,
but we're looking at end of September.
okay.
Why does this keep getting
Yeah,
pushed?
I was gonna get there.
Thank you.
So, Mark, for the last 4 updates since March, and this, as I do, thank you for your report, you know,
Sure.
we appreciate it. Since March 4th, Mark, we've been steadfast at September 1st opening date. And I'm seeing a pattern, I'm sure the mayor is gonna be upset with this as well, where we don't wanna see slippage yet again, and yet we're already there.
Well, if I can jump in,
Sure.
everything's on schedule with the library.
Okay.
September 1st is still the target date. There's no roadblocks and no obstacles in the way, so we're holding to that.
Well, September 2nd, yeah, no, it's the 1st is Labor Day, okay.
Yeah, I had been using September 30th, but I think we will exceed that date. We'll beat that date.
Beat that day, okay. So, do we have a consensus at September 2nd, considering the 1st is Labor Day? Would that be opening day?
Soft opening.
Soft opening, we'll call it?
Yeah, everything's on schedule for that.
Okay.
If something comes up, we'll let you know. I mean,
Of course, yeah, we don't know what we don't know.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Just to understand. I did say, and thank you, it looks good, all the grading, everything with the building removed, it looks really good, so thank you for that. I did see the generator move. Where is the generator supposed to end up at eventually?
on the east side of the building along the driveway there, next to the AC.
Okay, is it getting, how much is a new generator? I'm just saying, how much is it, is there a reason why we're using the old generator?
Is that the green one you were talking about that was,
Yeah. It's the one that was sitting on the building, it's kind of really old and,
rusty and,
yeah, I mean, it needs to be
It used
professionally
to be.
refurbished. It either needs to be professionally refurbished, or we need to get a new one. And can we do that?
So the last conversation we had, we talked about sandblasting and repainting. So
That's-
we're 90% through that process.
So you are in the process
So
of.
it's been sandblasted and we're painting.
I don't know.
So, I mean, if we need to take another step, just,
No, that's a good step. It just, I haven't driven by there and looked at it recently. I
Right.
just know it got moved, and last time I saw, it looked pretty old, so if it's getting
so
sandblasted and
we
pre-painted.
moved it close to where it's gonna sit. We've got the washed concrete, so we couldn't sandblast it on the washed concrete.
That's fine.
So it's sitting on some skids. It's been sandblasted, it's being painted. It'll probably be set in the next week or two.
That's cool. I didn't know that was done, so I just was like, so thank you.
Yes, sir.
I just didn't want to see Mark out there with an ace bag on a Saturday with a can of spray paint. I'm like, if it's being done.
We have, in the past, when we've been able to keep the library open during hurricanes, it's been well received by the public. So although it'd be ideal not to have to see a generator there, it'd be helpful for the citizens to come in and cool off, charge their cell phones, whatever.
I think we
during the
discussed it
hurricane.
during the last hurricane, that there would be even more of to like to see a couple, once you get into the library during hurricane season, a couple of the mobile docking stations. I know we have them at Valencia where it just, a couple connectors, plugs into an outlet, so when power goes out, they can go hang out. But that's, after it's done, that's why the generator is good.
So, if we want to target the library to be, central hub in case of hurricane, no power, et cetera, what are we doing as far as connectivity? Have we looked into redundant connectivity into there through Starlink?
At this moment, I don't recall, but we'll get with IT and find out what the status is. We have Starlink on this building now, the panel for it's outside.
Okay, no, I'm
We
just
can
saying, if we're
certainly
gonna
do
do the library, we're gonna have auxiliary power, we're gonna have power banks, what
Oh,
goes
no,
all
yeah.
that?
No, I
without
agree.
Connectivity, right, so we should look into that service. And I'm assuming we're gonna be offering free Wi-Fi to residents, anyone who wants to use the library, I'm assuming?
We do, but we do turn it off at a certain time of the evening, and I can explain why another time, but there were some issues that arose.
And I'm
Late at
assuming,
night.
yeah, and I could pretty much guess those issues, but from a cybersecurity perspective, have we spoken about any penetration tests? Have we spoken about anything to ensure that we're safeguarded that way?
So Brad usually puts the public one on a whole different network, and they won't be able to get into the main network. Brad's good about that. Even the ones here are in different networks.
Brad, I know you're out there. Have we done, or have you thought about doing an audit, doing a pen test, even though we have everything segregated?
We certainly can. I didn't see a need for it, as again, it's on a completely separate connection from the ISP, so there's virtually, it's completely impossible to get from one to the other. At the library, we use Lake County for a fiber connection. We can certainly add Starlink as well, but that's all been run in conduit underneath the ground, so we should be pretty safe over there, but I'm always down to have backups.
And so the substation gets flooded?
Exactly.
Okay, can you look into seeing how much it would cost to do a pen test, not only in the library, but more importantly here at, in City Hall? Can
Sure,
we try
on both.
doing that, doing like an annual certification on that, so we can get some cybersecurity resilience? Now, I'm not saying that you're not doing a great job, but.
Do you want to do both the public networks and the internal network?
Absolutely, yeah. Maybe, focusing on the internal networks more than the public, but let's see if we can hop from the public to private. If I do it for Royal Caribbean and we're a billion-dollar company, I'm sure we can do it here, right? So,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
thank you.
You're welcome, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next, we have the City Hall Fire Station.
It's all about the gates, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I can speak on the City Hall Fire Station. We're in it. Firefighters love it. I think the big holdup that we're waiting on now is the apparatus bay doors. As much as we love the breeze in the bay, it's time to put doors on it. We just spoke with the company that's manufacturing the doors, and we're still expected to have them sometime by July 1st to July 15th at the latest. So we're in the home stretch.
So that's all that's left with that.
Yeah, I mean, we've been operating out of it now, I think, about 2 months. Obviously, you know, getting in there, it feels like when you move into a new apartment, you got sheets for windows and kind of figuring out the workflows in there, but the building has been phenomenal. The training space upstairs has been amazing, and it's just, right now, as soon as we get the doors put on that, it should be pretty much complete and checked off.
Okay, awesome. Are we planning some sort of grand opening once those doors are in, or what are your thoughts on inviting the public out to see it?
No, I mean, as always, the public's always invited to come see it. If we wanted to do some kind of a ceremony, we could get with the city manager, and if we wanted to put that together, you know, we'll facilitate one.
We intend to do one.
Okay.
Yeah, so-
I think it's the time to show the truck too. I think it's like a buy one, get one. We haven't really done anything with the ladder truck either.
Okay, yeah. Actually, since you're up, well, thank you for the update, appreciate that.
Sure.
And since you're up here, a group of parents, my neighborhood want to do a touch-a truck, you know, for an event. Is that something I can touch?
Yeah,
on?
absolutely.
Okay, great.
Absolutely. I'll just reach out to me, and I'll get you in contact with one of the division chiefs, and they'll coordinate it, and yeah,
Awesome.
we can make that happen.
All right, great, thank you.
Do you want to hit other fire department ones while we're here? or-
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me scroll down to that one. Okay, there we go. Go ahead.
Tower truck?
The tower truck and then the second station.
So the tower truck, we have it, it's fully equipped. We're still waiting on staffing. Fortunately, we do have a stack of applicants. We should be having a round of interviews coming up here. We've already started training current staff. We've already identified the lieutenants that we want to put on there. We're just working through the logistics. We have 6 FTE openings. It's just finding those people, getting them hired in a tough labor market. And then the training, and then that should be good to go.
Okay.
From a project standpoint, though, the truck itself is complete, it's fully outfitted, it's just getting it in service, we just need the manpower.
So we had a call, or one of our neighbors had a call, and we needed to use that truck. Are we able to use it, or not yet?
Currently, the tower truck is not in service.
Not in service,
We would rely on relationships with our mutual aid partners to have a,
Okay.
and the thing is with that truck and the risk involved with that, we don't want to put
Sure.
people on the street with that until they're fully trained and.
Okay.
But it is, like he said, just when you say we have 6 FTEs, it's not like you put them out and you get 6 firefighters. It's a tough labor market,
Oh,
right?
I know that.
Firefighter labor market since COVID, I mean, fortunately, we're in a very competitive position. I don't think we're gonna have a trouble finding them. It's just taking the time and finding the right people and getting the right firefighters in to maintain our culture and maintain the positive momentum that we have at the fire department. We don't wanna disrupt that.
Sure.
Thank
Cool.
you.
What about the second fire station in the Hills area?
Second fire station, we're currently, it came up at the last council meeting. We're just waiting on a final site placement. Once we get a final determination on how it's going to sit on that site, we'll be able to reengage and move forward with design with the architect.
Okay. Do we have, this is a question probably for Mark and for you, Captain. Do we have any sort of estimated quarter, year of when it's going to open? Or what we're aiming for, I should say?
You're looking at the design, once we get the site figured out, they've estimated an 11-month design, and then they've told us it'd be a 12-month build. Then with downtime, so I'd imagine that we're looking at 2 to 2.5 years.
Okay, I think I have here, when we first brought this up, tentative opening date of Q4 of '28. Do you think we can still?
Yeah, I think we should be, like I said, it just depends on when we get that site approved
Sure.
and when we get that ball rolling forward again.
Okay.
We need clarification from council where the last meeting, we weren't certain what the consensus was of council, whether to leave it where it was at, where it was shown, or to push it up to the very front, up against Hancock Road. So once we have that, that right now is holding up the project.
Is that
decision.
I didn't see that in today's agenda. Is there a reason why it's not on there, so we
It
can?
was on last week's agenda, and we
Okay.
discussed it. Can we, to expedite this process, can we just do a workshop? Can we just have a workshop where we just meet at some point in time with the architect and just sit down and have the discussion? I mean, I have my opinion where it goes. I don't really care. I think it needs to, I like it where it's at. Some people like it forward. I think ultimately, the residents just want a fire station out there for the police for them to show up, and they're like, oh, well, If it's gonna be at the fire department in the back, I don't want it. I just only want it in the fire, they just want a fire department out there, so. I'm fine wherever it goes, whatever you feel is the
Yeah,
most
so-
reasonable.
so
I'll
from a-
support whatever you support.
And from an operational standpoint, I think as long as we have the cross access to be able to make a left-hand turn out of there and go in any direction, we just want to keep the apparatus bays in line. I believe it's the Eagle Wind, I believe is the name of the road that's at that intersection. That operationally, that's my concern. Whether it gets pushed west or east, I mean, again, that's at the will of, city management and council.
I'll support whatever you say. I'm not gonna sit here and, I've been up here too long where we waited a year and a half for the MAC because we argued what type of grass was gonna go in there. It just was brutal, so.
Mayor, so why don't we just let the chief and Mark speak about it, and if they agree, then we can move forward. I'm sure council's not gonna disapprove or disagree on that. Whatever is best for the chief, we should move forward with.
And we had some discussion last time where council disagreed, so we weren't here. So, I'll support.
trying to kick the can.
I'm just, yeah, I agree. And I'm with you. I'll defer to whatever Mark and the chief and whatever they lead forward, I'll support. If it's back, I'm fine with it. If it's forward, I'm fine with it. I just don't want to be a roadblock.
No, correct, I agree.
I felt that I was probably a roadblock last time. So wherever they feel is the best, I'll support it 100%.
Okay, so Mark, can you work with the chief and just get back to us in the next council meeting? Not for a vote, just say this is what it is, and let's just move forward.
Okay.
Cool. Everybody agree? Cool.
Keep it moving.
Thank
All right.
you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you, chief, appreciate it. All right, next on here, Mark, I have the Educational Avenue lane widening.
Yeah, Fred.
And Grassy Lake Road striping and widening as well. I think we always do those two together, Fred. It's Grassy Lake and Education.
Yeah, so, we have the 90% plans. We're through permitting. We had one roadblock with St. John's in reference to the retention pond. So I reached out to, let me back up. The retention pond that this lane extension is gonna feed into is the retention pond for the HOA, for the reserve at Minneola.
We're talking about education now, right?
Well, Grassy Lake Education,
okay.
one project. I'll get to that one in a second. But so it's one project. The only stumbling block we have here is the stormwater permit for Grassy Lake piece of that project. And so St. John sent us back an RAI and wanted permission from the owner of that pond to allow us to put the drainage water in there. So in the original permit, it called for a certain calculation of water from the road. They've met that, but the pond has capacity for more water, but we need to get permission from the HOA to put the additional water in there. So we reached out to the HOA and they're running it through their board and we're just waiting to hear back from them on that. So we'll need to respond to that RAI and then we can move forward with that permit.
Well, I have a question on that, just because maybe somebody here could answer it. When you start giving permission from properties owned by the HOA, does the HOA board have to approve that? Or is that something that the residents as a whole have to approve? Because if we're waiting on 60% of the residents to come up at a meeting, that's going to be painful.
Yeah, it depends entirely on the organizational documents of the HOA, but I would think the board, something like that, the board should be able to approve without getting total residents.
Can we have somebody that knows the reserves HOA piece speak on behalf of the reserve to find out where we're at and what we can do to help that?
So I think this week they're having their meeting to discuss that. And so one caveat to that is this. So there's been a maintenance disagreement between the school and the reserve about who maintains the pond.
School, which school? Just want to make sure.
Grassy Lake Elementary.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay.
And so, in my opinion, I'm probably, speaking a little bit for it, but in order for this to happen, we're probably gonna have to take the maintenance to that pond to get them to agree with that. So it's kind of floating in the air, so.
So we as the city?
The city, yes.
Lake County should maintain that. That's Grassy Lake Road. We'll talk, we've already been talking about it.
That's fine. We got to do what you got to do.
Well, that's the only holdup on both segments of that. Education Avenue, permits are in, plans are ready. I'm just waiting to hear back from St. John's on that one piece. So.
Now, when we're waiting to hear back from St. John's, how does that affect the road striping and the stop signs, including the crosswalk and LEDs on Grassy Lake? Or are we just waiting to do everything at the same time?
It's a part of the project. I mean, we're just waiting to have that permit. Now, we can go out on a limb and go ahead and get this thing ready for bid it out, pending that permit.
Yeah, I thought that we were working with the county on Grassy Lake since that is a county road.
Yes, so the county has approved. We have county permits, county approval. So we're just, the only issue is St. John's and the stormwater pond.
Right, but with Grassy Lake being an actual county road, they'll be okay with us putting stop signs and LEDs on their road?
Yes, so however the plan was presented, it's been approved for the crosswalk, the flashing lights, the whole 9 yards.
Okay.
So they're in agreement with that.
We're not meeting with, there's nothing that we need to talk, I know you and I are meeting with St. John's. There's nothing doesn't need to be brought up. This is basically a true permitting.
It's just a
Numbers.
simple letter of permission to put the
that's
water in the pond.
Okay.
That's the only thing that's holding that up.
Okay, so hypothetically, we get the approval this week, since you said they're meeting, this week.
Right.
Or next week, 2-week buffer. Right now, we have completion date summer of '26. Do we think we can still hit that if everything goes well these next couple weeks?
Yeah, so I mean, the lengthy part of this was permitting, right?
Right.
So once we go through the bidding process and doing the actual construction, I think we still meet that deadline.
Okay,
Do you want them to go ahead and start getting a bid package together?
I would, yeah, let's start everything up until we get to that point. I think if you're saying it's gonna be 70% chance that, yeah, we're gonna get it, then let's just start the bidding process.
Well, like I said, I'm sure the board will come back with some negotiation, and I'm pretty sure that'll be the first thing they ask about the maintenance of the pond. So we can go back and forth on that till we figure it out or whatever. I'm sure that'll come up.
I'm sure it will, but I say we keep moving forward with the bidding process, and we'll wait to see the outcome of the meeting with HOA.
So I just want to clarify, you would like to have a bid packet ready to go to market as soon as possible, and we just sit on it until we get the letter?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's not put it out to bid?
No, but out to bid, I'm sorry, you're right.
You
you're
just
right.
want the packet
Create
ready?
the packet created, so once we get the approval from St. John, we can then go ahead and execute on that.
All right. And do we, at that point in time, if it's a meeting, off meeting, that if we get the approval of St. John bid packet, you don't want it to come to a council meeting, you just want it to go out as soon as we get the approval letter?
I think the council agreed on this a couple of months ago, if not over a year ago, that we wanted to move forward with it, so I don't think.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I just
Yeah,
want to make sure
I
from
don't-
Scott is.
Scott, we don't have to get approval on this again, correct?
Not to send out the RFP, you obviously would have to approve the bid.
The bid, but
when it
I'm
comes
just
out.
saying, I just don't want it to like, oh, they approved, and they get it approved next Tuesday, and then it's
Yeah.
another 2 weeks before we come, they can just
Yeah.
get the approval and send out the package. That was, I apologize, I'm just trying to make clarification.
100%.
Go ahead. Well,
Thank you, Fred, appreciate it.
Thanks, Fred.
Anything else for Fred?
Reserve the right.
You'll be back up. Might want to sit
Actually,
just in the front
so
row there.
The next one up that I have is a speed monitoring project. This is for Oak Valley Boulevard speed tables.
So, so we've got everything in place, for the Oak Valley thing. The signage is in, speed humps are in. So we had to go back to the, traffic, engineers to give us placement on the speed humps. So Mark reached out to them last week, I guess, and so we're waiting to hear back from them on the placement of those.
Okay. And we expect to get here back by this week, next week, Mark, what do you think? End of this week?
This week.
Yeah. Not sure if you knew anything about this, Fred, the Hancock Widening Project, it's a county project, but it's between the Turnpike and 561A. Any updates on that from the county?
Turnpike widening?
No, Hancock Widening.
So, yeah, I'm not sure. So that's been done in segments. That's been out to bid. I'm not sure what's happening with.
Yeah, it's a county project, but just to
County
see
project,
if you
yeah.
knew anything update. All right, the big one, wastewater treatment plant.
So, Dan, if Dan can come and speak to that, but we're moving forward, as far as, the design and everything.
As you guys may know, we're about 70% capacity at our current treatment facility. First step is researching some aeration options to get our re-rate to 1.2 MGD from 1 MGD. And next step would be some sludge dewatering projects, which you will hear a little bit more about in the next council meeting. And finally, the plant, 2.5 MGD plant design is on the way. It's just in its initial phases. But we have some good ideas in trying to fast track the process in order to meet the growth that is coming to Minneola in order to provide service, sewer services for everyone.
So it's very interesting you said we're currently at 70% capacity. In your professional opinion, given the rate of growth that we have in Minneola, are we going to be over 100% in the near future?
I think we are kind of on the line, but we're okay shape once we start getting our re-rate to 1.2 MGD. We have some plans to get a little more efficient aeration to maybe be able to do even a little bit more than that if we can.
If I may, I know Mark and I have discussed this. They've come up with some alternative plans that can kind of fast track for more cost efficient to get us over the hump. I'm with you. I'm concerned about when we hit that point. But I think bringing what the build out of the project in the short-term things, and I think, Mark, in the next meeting or so, if you can put that as a topic of discussion and let them present what your ideas are. They've come up with some alternatives that might not, we have to, us as the council, make a decision. Either we go with the short-term, this will get us here, or we go with the long-term. There's some legislation, Mark, am I using the right word? There's some legislation that's gonna come down the pike in years in the future. Do we proactively make sure we're ready for legislation? Might cost a little bit more, or we can get the quick fix now, and that's gonna be a council decision. So it's too much for your project now, but if you can have a discussion and we can talk about what the challenges and what direction council is gonna want them to go in.
So I think quick fixes are good, but quick fixes quickly become permanent fixes.
And I agree, and that's why they're coming back to council and they need to present it to us, and not in this format, but as a formal format.
And I agree.
Right.
My thoughts on this, though, is Minneola, for good, bad, or indifferent reasons, has been very good in operating in the black. There has to be a point where we cannot put that in front of public services in order to save a penny and spend a penny, pound foolish, or what is it? Penny wise, pound foolish.
And I think we're all in agreement with that. We just need to know what our options are and what the cost is.
Okay, then we need to really fast track this, because at 70%, thank you for your input. Growth is coming no matter what.
Yes.
And this is going to affect not only that, but also, more importantly, our current residents now.
Right, and I agree, but I'm waiting, just like you, on them to come up with a plan, like these are our options, and not saying that funding it or paying this way.
Right.
I agree. We just need to find out what's the best way for the long game.
Okay, so while I have you guys, obviously, as our subject matter experts in this, budget is no question. What's the ultimate fix for this?
I think the plan we're going down is a solid plan. Once we re-rate to the 1.2, that'll afford us the time to design and build the 2.5 MGD, the carousel portion of it. There's multiple components to go into a wastewater treatment plant. The carousel portion is what is absolutely needed to get us through the hump of the immediate growth in the near future. Then the other appurtenances, like the removing in sand and grit and removing of rags and larger solid items, that stuff can be done in
Phases.
in the next phase. So we're doing it in phases so that, one, we get our re-rate, get to the 1.2. It'll buy us some time for design and build. We'll have our the 2.5 built. Of that 2.5, we can probably use about 2 of it before we have other downstream issues like chlorination and clarification and things of that nature. So we're looking at it so that we meet the growth demand, but yet have, in the end, a plant that is, as you put it, is going to be not piecemeal together, try to get it to be a cohesive unit that's going to be something that you guys can have and use for the near future. And you'll hear some more about some of the solids management stuff we have in the works that hopefully shows that we're thinking of the long run to get you the best bang for your buck.
Can we do something by the end of, can we have something by the end of July? Because I know some of the council are visual, you're throwing numbers out, I'm like, I got it, I'm not a wastewater people, but I just
So
need.
basically, we've kind of already turned our engineers loose to start the carousel design. They're going to do a little bit of tweaking from our last meeting. The one thing that they had originally proposed, they estimated around, very preliminary, not to be written in stone, around $65 million. What we're doing now is we're switching the location a little bit, changing up the system a little bit to get another $2.5 million for, they estimate now, very preliminary, $26 million. And it's going to give us 2.5 million gallons a day. The other items that are going to be coming up in the future, we can be done in phases. But that's the plan, and we already kind of turned them loose on it. We can hold them up if you want until we have that next meeting, but, yeah.
What's the estimated build time of a carousel?
Currently, we're anticipating 2 years.
2 years.
And we believe this project, the way
that's a
we're doing
fast
it,
track.
the way we're doing it will reduce the time. The other project's going to take a lot longer.
So, let's kind of put a timeline together. So we're gonna try to go up to, I believe you said 1.2 MGMs? What's the?
MGD, million gallons per day.
Right, so we
MGD.
wanna go to 1.2 MGDs. That's a quick fix, couple months, I'm assuming, give or take?
By the end of the year, hopefully, yes.
So end of year. So end of year, we'll be at 1.2 MGDs. Now, you said the carousel is gonna take 2 years to complete. So what's gonna happen between 2026, Jan, and 2028, hypothetically thinking that we put shovel in the ground January of 2026?
We're going to have multiple design phases, 30, 60, and 90%.
Well, no, I'm sorry, not from a design perspective, but from a usage perspective.
From a usage perspective.
Yeah, so if we get to 1.2, is a 1. Let me re-ask the question. Is 1.2 enough to fill the gap between 2026 or whenever we start the carousel build-out and from when the carousel gets completed?
Projecting our growth with current best data, it's close.
It's close.
And that's why we've chosen the 2-year route instead of the 4-year route, because there's no way we would have made the 4-year route.
Well, even close is scary for me. That's giving me heartburn right now. And
I understand.
we need to make that it's gonna be
This
close
is
to, we'll
our-
be fine.
This is our quickest option we can put together at this stage. So this, why we're going this route, so that we can try to avoid your fears and my fears and Mark's, everybody's fears.
So,
And ensuring everyone has services as the growth comes in.
okay, so what other options do we have? And I like the carousel 2 years for fast tracking 100%. But you and I both know that we're probably not gonna put a shovel in the ground for the carousel in January. It's probably gonna be a little later than that. So what can we do to mitigate that in order to meet that gap so that we don't run into we're SOL type of situation?
Some project fast tracking options, like doing a design build or CMAR or something where the contractor and engineers work together to get your plant
Okay.
design and going quicker to kind of cut out the bidding process, if you will.
Okay, and what's holding us back from doing that, Mark? Is that a budget thing, people thing?
Yeah, we're working on the CMAR discussion now with our consultant, so we're making a plan for that.
Okay, so from a percentage perspective, when you said earlier you said it's gonna be close, what percentage do you think is gonna be close? We're gonna be at 90%, we're gonna be at 99% of capacity? What do you think? Ballpark figure.
90%.
90%. So what I would like, Mark, for the next council meeting or even the one after, I want to turn that 90 into a 70%. where we have built more buffer. And I don't care what it takes, we need to make sure that this is a forefront, because this is gonna be a big issue that I think we're not really, even though we are paying attention to it, this is the core of what public services we offer to residents. We cannot let that get to 90. I never let any project get to 90. That's a no-go. I'm sure you guys agree with that as well. So we really need to fast-track this. I want to see a plan in the next couple meetings of where we can get down to 70. And again, that's to fill a gap between when the carousel starts getting built and when it's actually being built. Because at 1.2, those numbers they're not adding up in my head with the growth that we have.
So one of the things that we're working on, and a couple of the projects that have not turned dirt yet, the large projects, and Minneola Ridge was one. They wrote into the PUD, they may have to do a package plant, they're aware of that. Founder's Ridge as well, so that will take some of the pressure off. We did that in the early years of the growth. Quail Valley had a package plant, Highland Oaks had a package plant, and eventually we were able to connect them and get those dismantled and back fully on sewer.
Okay. Numbers are still close, so again, I think the council agrees with me that we need to see an action plan of what we can do to get that 90 to 70 in the next couple of meetings. And whatever resources you need, you let us know, and at least I will personally fight to get what you need in order to not let it get to that point.
Any other?
I think what Mark has said is, they're gonna be at 90. But
This is just
there-
my- I
there-
mean,
there- there's a-
It's your opinion, yeah,
And I'm just saying, if you're saying 90, if a project came on, these projects that are coming on are already aware that they might have to do a package plant till they go to cover that 90. So it's 90 for them not to have to do the package plant, but they're already aware that they might have to do it. So there is that window there, that there is an alternative.
Yeah, and this new method we come up with, it cuts the time in half.
But I agree with,
Yeah.
I think there's a point here to what Mr. Hernandez says is, by the end of July, I'd like to see a little bit more of a presentation of what's going on here. So I know myself and the rest of the council members, Mr. Saunders usually has a pretty good handle on this stuff, more than I do on some of it. Just to understand where we're at on this, so if you don't mind.
No, that's perfectly fine. Like I said, I just want to see an action plan.
Can we do first meeting in July, some type of plan of where we're at, where we're going?
Yep.
We did look at some flows per Mark's recommendation, and the numbers that we utilized to make projections, it seems, though, that the number of gallons of water per household is less than what we use for calculations. So that may reduce your 90 right there. We can look at some of those metrics and give you a better estimate. I mean, I wasn't prepared to talk about exactly how many percent close we'll be in 2 years. Let me look at some of that data a little deeper, and then I'll get you a little better number.
In your data, will that also have the average amount of households in one house?
Yeah, we're building roughly 600 houses a year right now in Minneola, and we were using a volume of 250 gallons per day per household, and I would believe that number to be less from.
So that's 250 per person, or is a house total?
Household, per house.
Per house. Yeah. You know what that equates to per person, on average? So where I'm getting at is, as Central Florida, all of Florida becomes more expensive, you're gonna start seeing more multi-generational people living under one roof. So those numbers can be skewed a little bit, I'm assuming that's just one family under one roof, where you may have multiple families in one roof.
These are like textbook numbers that engineers use for design.
Those numbers actually come from our code, and it's based on an average of 3 persons per house, like 3.5 persons per house, on an average. So you may be more, maybe less. So that's coming strictly from our code, so.
Right, so a perfect example is in my neighborhood in Parkview, for phase 3, they're making now what they're called multi-generational houses, where you have your in-laws living in one part of the house, then you have the regular family. So all of a sudden, that average goes from 3 to 6 pretty quick, or 3 to 4, or 5 pretty quick. Right, so what I'm saying is, as it takes time to do this as years go by, we may see that average creep up a little bit, which may get us close to that 90. Again, hypothetically, based on your figures today. Something to keep in mind.
Other projects, I don't know if it's on your list or not, where the expansion of the ground storage tank at Sugarloaf. The tank is done. They're have some painting and other things. Pumps and motors are getting upgraded internally. Metering as well, and some of the SCADA and logic need to be upgraded at that plant. So that's still in that works, but the tank itself has been constructed.
Okay. Do we know when that tank would be operational?
Weren't they by the end of the year, I'm assuming?
Yeah,
Fred?
probably spring of next year. That was a 180-day project, so we're about halfway through that.
Okay.
We'll probably fill it with water and test it before this year, I'm sure. So. What else? Oh, the alternate water supply well at the water reclamation facility has been constructed. The well itself is in place and has been developed. It's producing well above what we anticipated in groundwater production, good quality water. Next phase is to put the motor and well install the well and motor and plumb it to our ground storage tank for augmentation to the reclaim system when it comes online.
Okay. Do we have an estimated time of that being operational? Or when will be?
Yeah, that design is at about 70% now. We just received a couple of weeks ago 70% plans. Probably a design will be done in probably 3 to 6 months, and then we bid it out based on the estimations, probably another 6 months or a year to build that.
So we're talking potentially Q1 of 27. Do we have any concerns with those numbers based on the reclaims?
Concerns?
Yeah, concerns.
Yeah, there's always concerns because without the reclaim, everybody's pulling on the potable water. So we're trying to, expedite that to get as much off of the potable water as we can and on the reclaim.
So what can we do to truncate that timeline to make it sometime in 26? Is there anything we can do?
I'm sure it is, and I just, we just hadn't had time to dig into that, but we can dig into that and get back with you.
And there's other pieces that need to line up for the whole project to be able to do what it's designed to do. There's segments of reclaimed water pipeline that needs to still go in. Pumps need to be rebuilt, bearings that need to be redone. So there's a few things. And then with the new plant, there'll be a larger, more effective reclaim pumping station and tank storage that will be needed to adequately provide reclaimed water.
I think at this point in time, I don't mean to step on you, is you talk about all these things like leveraging on each other. I don't have a degree in project management at all, but I do know that if you just had a Gantt chart that these are all the things that need to get done, and this is what needs to get happened, there needs to be one like lay lines, and it needs to be done in this period. I would like to see something visual of how this is going out for a very simple plan of a project. It's like there's all these sub-projects. I think you're smiling. I think you think the same thing. You have any input, Joe?
Yeah, I did that for a living.
Yeah, I'm just saying that there's a point here where I see project plans. I can read a project plan. I don't write them, but I'm just saying it looks like this one just needs a project plan, a project manager with a project plan, and this is it. And I think we've been, as a council, have been requesting this for a while.
You're absolutely right.
And we just need it to come here, and we need to see the plan. These are the milestones. These are the items that need to be done, because every time we are hearing this, we're hearing something else come into the process. Like tonight, I heard the first time, oh, we need to lay reclaim lines. Well,
A section of it, a lot of it's
but
in
the
place.
section, why are we right now
Discovering it.
discovering that we need to lay the lines? if we knew this was a plan, the lines could have been laid in the last 5 years. I mean, there's stuff that we proactively could have done that we're just waiting till the end. It's just like the landscaping project here. I mean, we wait till the last minute. There's no, it's very frustrating. And so I'm gonna have to defer right now because it's just I'm getting frustrated with the whole process.
No, I agree.
If I may say one thing, and I know it's completely nothing about this, but my phone is blowing up, and I apologize for interrupting, but there is no signal for people that are watching in, and now there is a blank screen, and I just needed to make that known, so it could be fixed before
Thank you.
I turn off my phone completely, because,
Thank
sorry, I didn't want to interrupt before, but it's to a point now that there's nothing there but a frozen screen.
Returning to our
Thank you.
returning to our regular scheduled program.
Yeah, I know.
I just need to see more of
Sorry.
this whole wastewater piece, but you understand what I'm saying, where it's
I
like,
think it goes beyond the waste water treatment. In fact, I think in the meeting on March 4th or March 18th, Mark, it was asked that we get a project manager assigned to each one of these projects. I think, Mr. Mayor, you asked of that. And have you seen that list or not yet?
not seeing.
It's listed on the project notes. The top of each project has the project manager listed.
For the presentation, was this emailed to us?
What's that?
Was this is a present, you're saying that the project managers are on this presentation?
No, the list that you want us to use. We added that to it and sent it out. I'll double check to make sure, but I'm quite certain we did.
Right, but I haven't seen an email go through. Have you seen something go through with project managers listed on that? Because ultimately, with these type of meetings, it should not be held with you guys. You guys are obviously more than welcome to come and give us a status, but the project manager should be the one giving us a status on their projects. 'Cause at the end of the day, yes, I mean, I personally care about all these details, which is great, I appreciate it. But for those of the council that may not be as interested, they just want to know percentages and what are the high risk, low risk, and when's it going to get done. So in reality, even though the subject matter's experts are more than welcome to come and speak on it, I want to speak to the project managers directly, because ultimately, I'm going to hold them responsible, not the SMEs.
Yeah, I mean, like Denise Pike, we're paying Denise Pike a lot of money to build the library, and so she should be up here presenting what the project, what the plan is. It's kind of disappointing that we have our librarian presenting the project.
Yep, so,
Plan.
to the mayor's point, before I get even more frustrated than I am now, and I'm sure mayors want to get frustrated, I'm going to table the rest of this conversation until we have all the project managers here next meeting. Thank you, guys, we appreciate your time. Thank you. Keep those toilets flushing.
Thank you.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Okay, discussion items. Are we on that?
Do we need to,
Item 3?
wait, Scott, do I got to officially table the project since we're stopping halfway?
I think we
It's not
did
an
that.
advertised item or anything, so that's
Okay.
We did a number 3. About the judicial variance.
Sorry, before we go to that, Mark, can you send that list out to all of us tonight, please, with all the project managers? And make sure that they're here in the next meeting and every meeting from now on. And if they're not able to be here, to at least provide their update to you so you can present on their behalf.
That's what we did with Denise, with the librarian. We had her give us a list of what's done.
Yeah, that's great, but I want to, like I said, I want to speak to the project manager, and if they're not available to come Tuesdays, then a status update, from their projects.
item 3?
Yes, is that where we're at, Scott?
Yes. Thanks for item 3, which is Resolution 2025-07, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Minneola, Florida, granting variances to Land Development Code of the City of Minneola, Florida, including to Section 94-7B2 regarding the maximum number of units allowed per building for townhouses, to Section 94-7B9 to allow a flat or mansard roof, to Section 102-195-10A1 for front yard setbacks, and Section 126-4B8 to allow a dead-end alley for property generally located east of US Highway 27 and south of Sullivan Road, providing for conditions, providing for recordation, providing for an effective date. This is a quasi-judicial matter, so if there's anybody that does wish to speak on this matter, if they could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give this evening is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do. Thank you. Eric, take it away.
All right, thank you, Scott, and good evening, Mayor and Council. This is item number 3 on your agenda. My name's Eric Roche, for the record, here in my capacity as a planning consultant for the city. This is known as the Onyx Townhomes variance. I'll step through the location of the project, just an overall background, and then I'll speak to each of the 4 variances that have been requested that Scott just mentioned, and then I'll conclude with a summary and some recommendations.
I just want to clarify, this is one item, but we'll be voting on each variance independently.
It's actually been presented, just you can vote on them all once. All of them are contained within the same resolution. If there's a need to vary that
That's fine, I just wanted to make
for any
sure.
reason, yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
All right, so this property is located south of Sullivan Road and east of US Highway 27, as shown on the screen. It's part of a larger overall project that's otherwise known as Point Grand, or also known as the Sullivan Road Mixed-Use PUD. You may recall portions of this property were designated as a Live Local project back on March 7th, 2024. So this is variances for Lot 2, which is shown in the middle of the project. The proposal is for 178 dwelling units. Those are going to be fee simple townhomes on 26 acres. And of course, it also includes associated infrastructure, right-of-way, and drainage. This is the overall site plan, concept plan for the townhome product that's being proposed. And I think at P&Z there may have been some confusion. The darker areas are actually, those are the roads and driveways. These are rear-loaded townhome units. So the fronts of the units are interior to the site, consistent with the city's new townhome requirements. So as you kind of go from the south, from Sullivan Road, or from the north going south, you've got a buffer, you've got an alley, you've got driveways, and then you've got the units that front interior to the site. So I just wanted to make that clear that the darker areas are not the units. Those are actually the alleys and the driveways.
Can you clarify? I'm sorry, because I'm old and you've got 2 darknesses here.
Yep.
I'm trying to understand, if we can just start at the top of this, if you can just clarify, at the top, when you come down, right where your red light is?
Yes, sir.
Is that the driveway, the backloaded, or is that
Yeah.
the?
This green strip is all a buffer adjacent to Sullivan, and this is an alley immediately south of the buffer, and these are the individual driveways. These are the units.
So below them are the units, and the
Correct.
units are, that's the road that they're on, so the small but is like the driveway, would be the driveway into the back.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I just wanted to.
So they originally requested 6 variances. Staff reviewed that request and determined that only 4 were required. The first limits townhomes to a maximum of 4 units per building. They're requesting 8. The second variance, there's a prohibition on flat and mansard roofs. They've requested to waive that. The second or third is a requirement for a 25-foot front yard setback for local roads. They're requesting to reduce that to 10. And then the final code provision prohibits dead-end alleys, and they are proposing 1 dead-end alley within the community. So variance request number 1, you can see this is a standard 8-unit building that they're proposing, and to the mayor's point, you can see the driveways on the top connecting to the alley, and then the front setback on the bottom of the screen. But their request is to consolidate the units to 8 units per building. As you know, this was originally proposed as a multifamily project with Live Local, so they were trying to tighten up the site, share the infrastructure, in an attempt to do fee simple product instead of apartments while maintaining some of the density. So that was the reason for the request.
So can we go back? I'll ask a couple questions just to better understand this. So per our code, you could do, and I'm just looking at the footprint, where you have 89 and 90. If you went 1 story, you could actually, using the same footprint, if you allowed 4 per unit, it would be the same footprint for the same size if they were 1 story, correct?
Well, yeah, and these are going to be
Theoretically.
These are going to be 2-story units. So per code, they would have to essentially put a building break in between 92 and 93, and they would just need to run a landscape strip with side setbacks through those areas. So in doing that, they would lose units, which would otherwise
And that's fine. I'm just
challenge the
trying to
density.
understand.
Yep, yes, sir. So these are the criteria within the code that we evaluate variance requests for consistency with. I'm sure you're all very familiar. We did review and we had no objections to granting this variance due to those criteria, and we recommended approval. The second one was for the flat roofs. This product's a little bit different, and I'm sure the applicant will come and add a little bit to the presentation during their portion. But the request here is to add flat roofs to accommodate these rooftop patios interior to the site. So you can see them on the some of the images. Kind of a unique design it's not typical within the city. So that was the request for the flat roofs.
Scott, is there a way to, if we accept the variance of flat roofs, that you put in there that it's flat roof for patio, that something happens and it changes and they decide somebody else, this project kind of fails, and all of a sudden we get a project and says, we're going to do flat roofs, but we're not going to put a patio up there? I know it's up to the applicant, but is that?
Yeah, you certainly, any concerns, you can condition
I'm
that
just
in the
saying there's a variance.
you will.
The flat roofs I'm not a fan of, but if it's for patio, then you're kind of a little bit more, okay, got it.
And I understand there's been some discussion about what that area could become if it was, so yes, you can put a variance in there that says that a flat roof, provided that, they have patios or some similar
roof.
use to that, yes. And you can discuss that. I'd suggest you discuss that
Right,
with the
I'm just
applicant
asking
when
the
they-
question if that's,
but
If it's
yes, you
possible.
can condition the variance, is short thing.
And we also reviewed that one where, for consistency with the variance criteria, and had no objections with granting that variance. The third one, as I mentioned, is the reduction of the front yard setback from 25 feet to 10 feet. And I'll note that's, as I mentioned, interior to the site. So if you're looking at your screen, you can see the smaller front yard. You've got some on-street parking. You've got pedestrian access and pedestrian facilities in the front. You've still got a significant rear setback that allows for the accommodation of vehicles in the back throughout the alley.
just to understand this one on the 10-yard setback, 10-foot setback. I'll ask questions as I go because I'll forget them
fine.
all. When we approved Minneola Ridge, we allowed them to go with a 10-foot front as long as the garage had the 25-foot.
Excuse me for a minute. Are we going to go through a list of variances, or are we going to discuss each one along the way?
I was gonna ask along the way, and you're welcome to ask on the way, however you choose to do it. What would you like to do, Mr. Saunders?
Well, if we're going to do it as we go through each one, I think we got to go back to the first variance.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine, we're happy to. Can you have any questions?
And then we won't be at the end and wondering, does this apply to the first variance, the second variance?
Okay.
It's confusing if you try to go through the whole list and ask a few questions along the way, and then go back and start asking the questions about each variance. We should either do it one way or the other.
Okay,
You pick.
I'll defer to you, any way you would like to do it, Mr. Saunders. I'm fine with. What would you like? What would you prefer? You want to wait till the end
I
and
guess I'd prefer to wait to the end.
Okay, we'll wait till the end.
And then we'll go back over each one,
That's fine.
and we'll review the variance.
Thank you, that's fine.
All right, sounds good. So again, this is a reduction of that front setback. You can see it on the screen. You still got the rear setback in the back to accommodate the driveway and the alley. Applicant's justification for this was it was needed to accommodate drainage, their proposed drainage configuration, and allow space for utility easements. We did review these against the criteria as well, and we did not have any objections to granting the variances and recommended approval. And then the final one was number 4. This is the prohibition on dead-end alleys. There's one condition that has a dead-end alley within the whole project. It's down on the southwest portion of the site. It's really only needed to serve those 4 units, so fire did sign off on it, so we were comfortable with that. Reviewed it against the criteria and also recommended approval with the understanding this fee simple product It's probably a better transition in this area back to Sullivan Road than additional multifamily in this location. So staff and P&Z reviewed all 4 of these variances and recommended approval of all of them. And with that, I'm here for any questions, and we certainly have the applicant team here. If you have any specific questions about the product or the construction or any of those things as well. Thank you.
I'd like to hear from the audience. Anybody in the audience who wants to speak on this?
Did you want to do the audience or the applicant first, or?
The applicant? Applicant, that's fine.
Yeah, a lot of times they can provide a little more information.
That's fine. Thank you. I'm just confused on our timing rule here. So since it's 4 variances, does that mean each applicant gets 12 minutes?
The applicant's not under the. 3.
Well, I'm just saying each speaker gets 12 minutes since it's 4 variances. What do you think, Mr. Saunders? Do you think that I'm not just, if we're doing this together or independently?
Well, yeah, if it's a discussion, then.
Each variance?
Variance has
Okay,
the opportunity.
would you like the residents to get up and speak on all 4 variances at the same time, or would you want them to come
As
up
we
in?
go through each one,
Okay.
after the presentation's complete.
Okay, thank you.
Well, my presentation combines them all, so if that's okay, I'm going
That's
to
fine.
go through them on my end, too. I'm not going to repeat a lot of what staff said because it was a thorough presentation that Eric did. I think some of the things to highlight, as you all know, with Live Local, the lot that you're showing in green that's north of the blue site is the Hill Point plan. There's some connectivity between the Hill Point multifamily apartment project, which was entitled for 300 units, and this residential portion as well. Obviously, the proposal before you today is 4 townhome units, and instead of having 468 additional apartments, which is what Live Local entitled this piece of property for, we have 178. And instead of having 240, which is what the amended development order for Live Local said this property could have for townhomes, again, we've reduced it down to 178. So a very significant reduction in terms of the allowable density. I think that's, about 290 unit reduction that we have there. So significant in terms of the scope of what we're doing. So when we went to design the plans and to work with the site's topography, there are some challenges, and we're not doing significant cuts on the site, so there are parts of the site, and you'll see if you look very close at the plan that Eric showed, one part of the site with retaining walls, you're just about level with Sullivan, and the other Sullivan's above you, right? So there's some constraints there in terms of the existing topography that we had to work around when trying to come up with the designs that are before you today, and that spurred some of these variance requests. There's connectivity between the Hill Point property as well as our property for access. There is one access point that comes off of 27 that is a shared vehicular access point. There is an emergency access that goes from the Hill Point property to Sullivan Road. There is a recorded agreement as well, and that recorded agreement provides, and that's a recorded agreement called an easement cost sharing agreement, and that provided that there could be pedestrian vehicular access from the Hill Point property up to Sullivan Road. If you look at the plans that were submitted by Hill Point and that have been in review by the city for many months and that will be coming before P&Z in July, those plans make very clear that there is something called a click-to-enter system and a gate. So it is definitely a gated emergency access only point from Hill Point over our property. The same would be true for us. Just so everybody knows, if we had one other car aside from an emergency one, you have to rebuild all of Sullivan Road. So that is not even feasible because there's not enough right-of-way today. We have given a significant amount of right-of-way voluntarily to the county. So the county asked us for quite a bit of right-of-way on the frontage of this property, and we gave them that county that right-of-way that they might need for the future. But we have no access other than emergency access that goes to Sullivan Road. So that's been reflected both on the Hill Point plans and has been stated since day one. That would also only be what is reflected ultimately on the plans that would be submitted for this townhome project as well. Just to give you a little bit of information about the builder, a really amazing builder and a product that is going to be distinct from anything else that is here in Minneola. The Onyx townhomes are built with advanced materials and technology for durability and climate resilience, lower maintenance costs, lower insurance costs, lower utility costs. They can withstand 175 mile-per-hour wind loads. They are designed to create safe and quiet spaces. They contain a resilient and noise-absorbent monolithic concrete slab that provides ideal support and insulation between floors. They build floors and staircases with concrete reinforced with pre-stressed beams, creates a sturdier structure and provides greater separation of sound and space. They're built with recycled light gauge steel. The roof truss has a superior durability and a Class A fire rating, which also makes these homes safer. And they are designed to be highly fire resistant overall due to their extensive use of concrete and steel construction. So high ceilings, tall impact proof windows, high-end finishes. It'll have an elevated design. It'll be unlike anything else that the city currently offers to residents. And again, I think it's those offerings of it having lower maintenance, lower insurance, and lower utility costs are really incredible. So I think this should be a welcomed product for the city of Minneola. In terms of conceptual plans, you saw that this was the plan here. I think some highlights that are worth mentioning. North of the property is adjacent to Sullivan Road. If you look at the buildings that we have, we are set back over 110 feet from our building line to Sullivan Road. 110 feet. So that's a significant setback. You have from the back of our buildings to the property line is about 88 feet, and then you've got about another 23 to 26 feet, depending on where you are on our property, till you get to the edge of pavement of Sullivan Road. So we have a big setback from Sullivan Road to our units. All of those units that are adjacent to Sullivan Road are facing inward. So any of the rooftops that you saw would be facing to the interior of our site as well. If you look to the west of our site, the green space that is shown is a permanent easement as well. There's transmission line easements, so there's nothing that's going to be built as a structure there now or in the future. And the setback that we have from the property line to the west to the building closest to that property line is about 220 feet. So there are significant setbacks on both of those properties that far exceed any of your code minimums. So I think, again, those are some elements that we have been working with on getting big setbacks, having green space on the property, while also working within the other portions of code. This shows you some of the conceptual designs for the project itself. Agree if the condition for the variance on the roof being flat is that it has to have a patio. We're not going to ask for a flat roof that doesn't have a patio. The flat roof is only to accommodate the patio. So in the event we didn't have it, you would have the roof like you see here, and that would meet your code. But in the event we did have a flat roof, it would, again, only be to accommodate these types of rooftop amenities for our residents. And these rooftop amenities are great because they offer an area for people to have a beautiful view shed. One of the questions that was asked at P&Z, will there be an HOA? Will there be some controls on what you can have up there on your roof? And the answer is yes, those types of HOAs, those types of controls and quality controls will be in place with this project. Another rendering shows you again what one of these rooftops could look like, having opportunities for barbecue grills up there. There's also a concealed HVAC unit. So another question that we had, I believe, from Nate at P&Z was, where are these HVAC units going to be? And those HVAC units, if we have flat roofs, can be accommodated and concealed in our design on top of the roof itself instead of on the ground. So another benefit of having the flat roof is that you don't have HVAC units on the ground. But if we don't have the flat roof, like we said, then we can certainly accommodate them and put some landscaping and conceal them that way. Just another view shed. Different offerings of whether some have covered or uncovered. You can see the difference in the two photos. So staff had no objections to the granting of the variances based on the criteria that they analyzed. P&Z recommended approval as well on May 5th. We're happy to answer any questions. It sounds like there's some folks who want to come up and talk, so maybe I'll wait to go into more detail until after I hear the comments that are made. But of course, if you have questions, please let me know.
Okay, so we're going to go with, I just need to make sure how we're playing. Are we going one variance, or what are we, Mr. Saunders, are we doing one variance now, or are we going to do all, do you want to go through all four of them, or how do you want us to work this?
Do them individually, please.
Okay, just do them individually? Okay.
I have one general question
Yeah.
on the variance. If we do not, let's say the townhomes did not come forth before us, for this plot of land, how many dwelling units did you say that you can technically put on there?
Oh, we'll put 468 apartments. That was the backup contract.
So that was the backup. So if this fails completely, The next plan and council, once again, has no say since it is Live Local, will be 468
She has,
apartments.
she has, if you want to go back to the board, she had a deck on that. I wanted to-
Yeah,
wanted
it's-
to-
I just
yeah.
wanted
to confirm.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it would be 468 units. The max capacity for the Hill Point project was 300, and they did exactly that.
Okay, so it'll be
so that-
468 in this plot.
Yep, that's right.
As opposed to 178. Got it.
That's
Thank
right.
you.
Okay, so anyone have any comments on the flat roof variance that they would like to come up and speak on?
Well,
Come
flat
forth.
roof is number 2. Are we doing number 1 first?
Oh, we just,
Number of townhomes.
which one we just do? She talked
I
about the
think
flat roof.
number 1 was the
Four
8
versus eight.
units per building.
And then, okay,
Right.
so we'll do the 4, let's do the 4 versus, but you just talked about the flat roof, so I'm confused.
Well, staff gave, yeah, sorry.
Help keep me honest
Yes, we're
here.
speaking about the dwelling units 4 versus 8.
Okay, so,
Right.
thank you. So now if you have any comments on dwelling units 4 versus 8, please come forth. Thank you. Keep me honest on this.
Hi, good evening. My name is Carrie Lee Simons. I'm at 18118 Victorian Drive. I'm a little confused about splitting up the variances, but I have like a generalized question. So when should audience come up for generalized questions?
You could ask, that's
I can go ahead, and Tara touched on it. She must have been reading my mind. So I just wanted, and she addressed it, but I just want to get it on record one more time. I wanted to follow up regarding the recently recorded plat for Phase 1, which is for the apartments located to the south. This document was filed with Lake County Clerk of Court on May 22nd, 2025. The plat has an access easement, which is shared between both Phase 1 and Phase 2 at the northeast end of the property, and it's identified as Calcite Street on the property appraiser's website now. This street will directly connect to Sullivan Road. So when I reviewed the OR book and page and referenced the plat, it describes an access easement, but it's also referring to both vehicular and pedestrian access. So I guess the verbiage is a bit confusing to me because it also references emergency access. So I'd just like to clarify this easement is indeed intended for emergency access only and not for regular vehicular traffic, except of course in the event of an emergency. The way that the access easement is described in the recorded document seems somewhat inconsistent with what we've previously discussed in meetings where it's indicated as strictly for emergency access. That said, the language in the legal document is complex, so it's possible I'm totally misunderstanding this. I also reviewed Phase 1 site plan with staff today, and it does label on one of the pages that it is a gated emergency access, but on another page it refers to it as an access easement. So this just adds to the confusion because it seems like they're interchanging things. And again, I just want to confirm whether this is strictly an emergency access and help clarify why the recorded document references both vehicular and pedestrian use.
Okay, and when she comes up to answer that question, I do have a question on the access easement, if you don't mind. There is an access easement on your subdivision going to
Yes, Citrus Grove.
just Citrus Grove Road. Is this access easement going to be a hard paved, what is the foundation? Is there a guttered road or is it just gravel with a gate, kind of like they have in?
Which doesn't work.
All right, when you said it,
Keep your cars still going around.
And if we can
Okay, that's
refer
fine.
back to maybe on the screen so audience could
Yeah.
also follow.
Okay,
Thank you.
so this is the road we're talking about. It leads from, this is Hill Point.
Yeah.
There is what they call a click-to-enter gated system right here. So nobody can get out except for emergency personnel. Of course, I mean, if somebody's walking around, we can't stop them from walking to Sullivan Road. I don't think that's the issue. I think it's probably cars on Sullivan. But yeah, people can walk on Sullivan Road, but otherwise it is limited to emergency access vehicles. So the plans that have been submitted for Hill Point show that. What we have submitted shows that. Lake County will only allow that, so I think it's a very dense document, the easement and cost sharing agreement, because it took the place of what a typical declaration would encompass. But that is the intent, that is what's shown on the plans. It is emergency access, and it will be a road. It is paved for, as any other road inside of our project
But
is,
there will
24
not be a
feet in width,
gate
et cetera.
between the two phases.
No distinction between, you would,
But between the two phases, the road is open. It's just,
no.
do you have two gates?
We have, so there is, on this right here, you can't see it, but the Hill Point plan that the city has, again, separate, right here on the screen is a click-to-enter gate. So you would have to go through that to then turn up into our property. So there is a gate physically delineating the two properties. You can't get to this property from Hill Point without going through an emergency access gate. Click-to-enter is for emergency personnel only.
Okay.
So to get out onto Sullivan from here would also have an emergency access gate.
So it's
So there'd be two gates, yes.
So it's two clicks to get to, first click off of Sullivan would be this project, second
Yes.
click would be.
Correct, yes, yeah. Sorry, I thought you were asking if there was another gate right when you got
No,
out
I
of Hill
just wanna
Point to
make
the
sure it was
property
two
line.
that-
But yes,
okay.
between Hill Point and our property, and then between this property and Sullivan Road.
Okay.
Correct, two different gates.
You have any questions about the access? Any questions about the access? I think that's pretty
No,
clear.
thank you.
Okay. Does that answer your questions, ma'am?
Yeah, it's just recorded a bit funny, but that's okay. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And just to expound a little further, obviously, the emergency access, none of the variances are related to that, but I understand
Right,
that's
we want to
clearly a concern of the
Let's
relevant,
clarify,
yeah.
we're talking access, if there's any clarification, let's say access, so we can close that piece, and then we'll go to the 4 to 8.
The second, the other thing is, site plan will be coming forward, and I'm sure at that time, the site plan will require only emergency access, and I'm sure council will insist on that at that time, so,
Okay,
yeah.
so thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so closing that up, opening up to the density, the 4 to 8, which would be variance number 1.
Good evening, Tom Haracco, 580 Blackstone Street. My question is related to, I'm looking at this, I know we're 4 to 8, but my question then becomes, so you're doubling your density in essence. I see no overflow parking, and I want to know how wide the roadway is, and if people are going to be able to park in that roadway. And if that parking is then going to restrict emergency vehicles, if not, where are the excess vehicles going to go? And that's my question for you regarding that.
Good seeing you, by the way. It's been a while. Yeah.
Sorry, I had to go back to work, so I'll be here more.
Oh, great.
Tara Tedder again for the record. So this plan doesn't show you a whole site data table. That's been included in the conceptual plan, so attached to the ordinance that Jennifer and I had been exchanging, there is the conceptual plan that we actually put forward for this, and it has a lot of data. It tells you all the alley widths, parking, driveway, et cetera. There is a parking site requirement and count, and it goes through the garage unit parking numbers, the driveway parking numbers, parallel on-street parking numbers, bicycle racks and spaces. So on this plan, per our calculations, it would be about 445 parking spaces required, and we have 606. So there are 72 parallel on-street specifically delineated parking spaces, and then we meet code through the rest of the parking spaces that are required under section 12235. So there will be sufficient and excess parking based on the way that the site has been designed. Again, it's just so small, you can't see where those designated on-street parking spaces are, and we're still meeting your street widths otherwise, regardless of that.
Do you have any questions on the first variance, Mr. Saunders? You have any questions on the first variance?
Yes.
Okay.
Generally, it says that there were, from the variances and the justification for the variance, it says there are no hardship or financial issues with the variances. But when you say you go from 4 units to 8 units, you say it's because of the retention pond. I think that's what I'm understanding. And the retention pond is common between this development and the one next to it. Is that true?
So, yes, but I will answer the broader, do you want me to answer the broader question? It is shared drainage, yes. but it is not a hardship based on a financial hardship is not the contention. It's a site design layout overall that has otherwise constrained the ability for us to design around it. So that breaking of the units, it's unworkable. If we can go with bigger buildings and mass those buildings that are apartment buildings, no problem. But again, we were trying to accommodate the feedback we got at the Live Local hearing was not wanting two apartment projects next to each other. And so we've designed around all of that and the site topo challenges that we have and the shared drainage between the two projects and the shared access.
But the site essentially comes first. And onto the site, you design a development. And the city says you can have 4 units per townhouse. But you're saying you need 8 units per townhouse to accommodate the retention pond. Is that the way I read it?
And not just the retention pond. Again, there are a multitude of site factors, and the site that, you're right, came first, came with some challenges on it too that we were trying to be respectful of. So, I mean, we can reduce buffers and reduce setbacks and, push it closer to Sullivan. I don't think those changes are a better product. And so what we are asking for is a variance to allow the design as it sits now to have as significant of setbacks from Sullivan Road. That was some of the feedback we had heard from the public before, and as significant of a setback from the west, which are our other residential neighbors, while also accounting for some significant topo challenges on the site and not wanting to have to do crazy cuts and fills everywhere. So a multitude of factors, but yeah, the big shared drainage, which by the way, drains from Sullivan Road too, is a bit of a challenge because there's only one spot that all that road is coming and draining, and it's right there.
But with all the requirements for buffeting and for setback and all that, it seems to me the 8 units is a cost factor for the development. In other words, we can't build an effective development with 4 units per townhouse. We need 8 units per townhouse to make them fit and get the number up as high as we need to in order to cost-effectively build this development. Is that reasonable?
There's not a whole lot that's cost-effective about this.
I mean, you wouldn't say, well, we can build it with 4 and not require a variance, but we'll have even less than 178 units.
That is true. It will continue to further eat away at the project site itself and the developability of the project site.
Financially, it's a factor.
That is a factor. I wouldn't say it's the sole factor, but yeah, it certainly is a factor, but we didn't list that because that's not a
And it's not that I
relevant
have
one.
a problem with 8 units per townhouse, it's just that we passed a city code that we don't want 8 units per townhouse. The reason we did that was because people were trying to put 10 units in a townhouse, and we settled on 4. Now we're going to settle on 8, and it seems like we lose our way at the beginning and have to correct it along the way. And I don't have a problem with that. The renderings of what you're proposing look pretty good to me. But then we'll talk about that a little bit more when we get to the flat roof thing. So I guess I don't have a serious problem with it. It's just that I see it as a financial cost of development, the reason to go from 4 to 8. And again, I don't have a problem with that.
And I didn't. Was there anybody else who just wanted to speak on the 4 to 8 before I kind of prematurely went?
Dave Yeager, 2750 Purple Meadow Court. This, to recap, that I've been dealing with that project for 20 years. And I've had dealing with the Sullivan Road people trying to make sure we had the best product there. At the end of the day, when Live Local came in, took all the rights away from the city. And truly, that can be Live Local. So we have an opportunity to get a project that has the buffers, that has a different product, and we could, they're not like crazy variances. And we'll just start with number 1 so I can get up 3 more times because I need the exercise because I'm fat. But the fact is that I'm sure any part of it could be tweaked, but at the end of the day, when Live Local came in, we had no choice. Zero choice. We give them water and sewer. We couldn't tell them what to build, how high to build, how many. And so this gives a product with less density, bigger buffers, and a quality project. As I said, Mr. Saunders is really great at this, and he'll look at the project and make sure it's tweaked right so it works. But it sure in the hell works better than Live Local. Thank you.
Thank you.
So this question,
Name and address.
sorry, Jennifer Morris, 1064 Golden Dawn Loop. This question isn't going to make any of my stuff that I'm about to say any different, but my understanding is this is a part of a Live Local Act, that he will be doing 40% of affordable housing. Is that correct?
We defer.
Tara Tedder again. Oh yeah, pause it so I'm not taking her time. Yeah, it's still going, but I think you were at about 2:40.
We'll let you go.
Yeah, so in terms of, yes, this is one whole 3-lot Live Local project. The distinction is that these are being separated out for fee simple sale for 60%, 40% have to be rented, then they will be sold at the end of that, and it's going to be at 120% AMI, which for better or for worse, probably for worse for maybe true affordability, 120% AMI is above market rent for what we know is charged, or at market rent for what we know is charged in Minneola. For a 3-bedroom, that can be about above $3,000 a month. So that's what 120% AMI is today with HUD data. So it's that's why a lot of people, right, some people don't like it that it's truly not affordable. Some people are jumping up and down because it's market rent. It's 120% of the area median income. So that's what this project is going to be. Again, these are going to be very nice 3-bedroom townhome units for families.
Thank you. Okay, so my understanding is correct. And yeah, and based on my research too, it's not really affordable, but at the end of the day, this is a developer that's maximizing their profits and didn't have to build on a commercial zoning parcel. So you're going to hear that the developer has rights under some administrative order to build hundreds of units, and the proposal is generous step down. But that's misdirection. The site may be approved for a concept of 240 homes, but that doesn't mean that it has to violate your roof rules, setback rules, unit limits, and alley safety standards. It doesn't give them a blanket check for Live Local Act. I'm sorry that I'll be going all over the place, vaguely references Live Local Act, implying they're somehow doing the city a favor by reducing density compared to multifamily apartments. Just because apartments might allow higher density doesn't mean the city must grant variances that clearly harm the community. And Live Local Act does require them to follow every restriction and variance and ordinance that a city has. So the possibility of the townhomes, because they are maximizing their profit, if they were to build a 1 to 2 bedroom apartments, they'd be getting about $19.50 a month per the 120% AMI, which is 30% of the median income for Lake County. At 3 to 4 3-bedroom townhomes allows them to get $2,400 a month. So the 8-unit variance that they're requesting, there's no evidence on property value impacts. The applicant's entire evidence is blanket assertion that values will significantly increase because the product is unique. No market study, no appraiser's letter, no comps, no shadow analysis, and no noise study for roof deck activity are included. The public interest that flips the code on its head, you guys adopted a 4-unit ordinance, and the applicant wants twice that, plus other variances that we talked to. The hardship must be not self-created, and 8 packs, all claim constraints for public record, purchasing a site you know is tight, then pleading hardship so you can double the building width is textbook definition of a self-created hardship. 8 packs are 104 feet long, longer than a Boeing 737 wingspan. And they say it's purely to accommodate existing large drainage configuration and still achieve a significant reduction in overall density from what is permitted. A desire for marketing flexibility is not hardship. And then I'm going to, at this point, notice the, state the glaring ethical concerns that we have that that I was probably going to bring up with Mayor Pat Kelly that received $4,000 from Kevin Scorman, Tara, his wife, and the Minneola land development, all in March, knowing that this was probably coming to City Council, $4,000 of his $7,000 campaign for education board running. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am delighted to respond to that last comment. I run the largest civics and debate nonprofit in the state of Florida. It's called the Florida Debate Initiative, and I've garnered millions of dollars for support for students in all 67 school counties. So I have a critical interest in who is on the school board in Lake County. It makes a huge difference. It makes a difference to this community. It makes a difference to the residents that we're going to have in the apartments that my husband owns. Selfishly, it makes a huge difference to that. And it makes a huge difference to this community. So that's why I give money to people like Pat Kelly, who's running. So any questions on ethics, I beg and implore you to please go look at my nonprofit. But back to the other matters at hand. In terms of the descriptions that she was giving of why we do not meet the variance criteria, I would also tell you to look to your professional staff. Your professional staff did an evaluation, as did your planning and zoning board, and all of them have recommended approval based on their evaluation. So today's a quasi-judicial hearing. Competent and substantial evidence de facto is your staff's recommendation. Any case law in Florida will tell you that when you're looking at a variance hearing, you would defer to your staff's recommendation as competent and substantial evidence. We have that positive recommendation on all 4 of these items because they have deemed that we have met them. So might not agree totally maybe with everything that she said, but I still think at the end of the day, competent substantial evidence is going to come from your staff's positive recommendation that was echoed by your planning and zoning board. And then I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, Tara, based on current code that's with Live Local in the state of Florida that was passed and not Lake County, so as was said earlier, if this was not to pass and this was sold to another developer or even you as the owner, you could put in 468 apartments in his, essentially almost quadrupling the amount of density in this area.
That is correct, and we've already designed that out. So that is how we know we can fit those amount of units. We can do bigger block buildings that would allow us to get the maximum density. That's what we put to market, was a plan that we had designed by VHB Engineering to have that exact amount of units. So that's not a hypothetical engineering exercise, that's what we had designed. Correct. Yeah, but this was the only townhome developer that came to us through a really great broker named Mike Ripley. He brought this to us and said, I've got one townhome guy that can make this work.
And Mark, based on everything that Jennifer said, Ms. Moore said earlier, I don't believe that's all true. Is that everything she said factual, or from a variance perspective that the city can't stop it based on Live Local?
Yes, he may.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said
sorry,
Mark.
Scott,
Yeah,
not Mark.
sorry.
Sorry. I'm looking at, I said Mark, I'm looking at Scott. Yeah,
Look
sorry.
at Mark sitting there.
Scott. The attorney.
Well, it's kind of a sweeping question, but I think as big picture, the topographic challenges of the site are what generated the variance.
Correct.
And yes, you're correct. The Live Local project, this originally was B1 property. Live Local allowed residential to come in and pretty much dictated the units and densities that are allowed. Yes, it's absolutely correct that apartment buildings could be bigger, higher than what is being proposed to you. That's allowed per the Live Local statute, and frankly, as we've acknowledged in the development order for the Live Local project that was previously granted by the council. So the fact this could be denser, higher, bigger has already been established. I think yes, it is true, Mr. Saunders does make a good point that getting an 8-pack or whatever you want to call that, the fewer units, at some point it doesn't become economically feasible if you don't have enough units. And so, but you go back to what generated the variance in the first place was the topography of the site. So yes, there's an economic outfall, but it's not what's generating the variance, and that's why staff and P&Z recommended approval, so.
So if we were to go to a 4-pack as per the current code, you could technically put more in this area, is that correct?
The 4-pack just changes all of the configurations. The code as written for your townhomes, I will say, is burdensome. With the rear load, the widths that you have to have for the alleys, I mean, you're double streeting all of these townhomes by making them rear loaded. So, you know, there's a lot, and you guys did a great job. You put a really robust townhome code together that is really difficult to meet in practice. And I'd be surprised if anybody can bring you a townhome project under that code with never needing any type of variance. But yeah, the design of the 4, we understand what the kind of spirit and intent was, but we believe that the architectural design overall and the way that it breaks up some of the massing of the buildings and then the rear loaded and all the other design features take away from kind of what looks like monolithic structures, which I think is what you were trying to get away from. If my review of the meetings where that townhome code was adopted, that was the intent. So that's why we put that we were meeting the spirit and intent, even though it wasn't the strict letter of the law, hence the request for the variance.
These townhomes are going to be owned by residents.
So 60% are owned, and then 40% get rented, but then they will be sold for ownership after that. So it'll have a mix.
And from our perspective, we're far better off to have homeowners than we are to have renters. Not that renters are always bad, but when you get too many renters in a city, you end up with something closer to what South Lake Four Corners has become, which is overcrowded with renters, and it attracts people that don't have the same responsibilities that a homeowner has.
Undesirables.
So I guess we're hopeful for the day when they're all owned by a homeowner.
Right. I'm sure some will be in there and will wait for that period to end so they can be the homeowner when they're done renting it too.
For the renters, is that a lease to own that the renters would partake in, or how does that work?
I'm not sure if I'm sure they would be willing to have that as a structure. I just don't 100% know.
Okay, so okay, I was just out of curiosity how that would be structured.
Do you have any comments?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Pam, are you covered?
Just hanging out?
Yeah,
Okay.
thanks.
Okay. Anybody else? Scott, how do you want to do this? Do you want us to wait till the end, or you want to just knock them out as we're going? If we're playing the one variance per go, we'll just go one at a time and.
It's designed to just be weighted to the end. If you're comfortable dealing with it all at once, that would be preferable.
That's fine.
Just go through the different points like you're doing, but then the vote and all that can be done at the end.
Everybody okay with this? Pam, you okay with this?
Yes, thank you.
There, you good with this? Okay. Anybody else? Do you have something on the density? We're talking about the density.
Okay. Carrie Lee Simons, 18118 Victorian Drive. I'm on Victorian, which is correctly, directly adjacent to this. Compared to what was previously submitted, I would much rather live next to this. My neighbors might hate me for it, but we're getting, Tara mentioned 100 feet off of Sullivan. They're rear loaded. We're not really, it's a hill. We're going to see some of them, but we're going to be able to preserve what we can preserve. If it was B zone, B1 zoning, commercial zoning previously, we were going to get something eventually. I don't know if you've driven out there, the topography, we're a hill. It wouldn't matter who came to you, they were gonna have constraints on the property due to the topography. In a magical world, we would want nothing there. I grew up there, it's been pine trees for 30 years. So I just, your rear neighbors are getting 100-foot buffer. We're gonna get, a pretty good portion off of Sullivan. I believe that this is a nicer product than when they originally came forward with the Live Local, which was just shocking. So That's how I feel about that. Not everyone has to agree, but something's gonna be there. If I had to pick, I would want this.
Thank you very
you.
much.
Thank you.
Anybody else in the audience? Okay, can we move on? to variance- Variance number 2? Oh, okay, wait. Variance number 2. How are we gonna,
Can we change the screen?
screen change to 2?
Brad?
We have variance number 2, is it not?
Thank you, sir.
Yep, sure. Those are all flat, any of them.
Okay, this is flat roofs,
Mm-hmm.
so, go ahead. Huh? Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to explicitly reiterate that with Live Local ordinance, you do not, or with Live Local Act, does not grant them to go against what city ordinances are. So it can still be a beautiful product and not go against every single thing that you guys have put in place for the city, and for good reason. So flat roofs and rooftop patios explicitly prohibit, your code prohibits flat roofs of townhomes. They say it is a unique amenity, allowing the developer to market units as having private outdoor space, effectively making room for more units. You ban this because there's issues with water pooling, leakage, and high maintenance costs. The safety risks, rooftop patios effectively create a third-level occupancy space, increasing fire risk and complicating emergency evacuation. Yet the applicant simultaneously seeks exemption from sprinkler systems on the basis of buildings being classified as only two-story structures. So I would like some clarification as to how you're going to justify that. Neighborhood impact, rooftop patios introduce noise, light pollution, and privacy concerns for neighboring properties, significantly harming quality of life and neighborhood compatibility. The HVAC units are obviously having to go on the roof because they're not, which I'll talk about later, there's literally no grass in between these townhomes. So they're not doing everyone a favor by going to 8 units and threatening higher density. And then back to the density thing real quick. Bans flat roofs because they fail in Florida's high heat, high rain environment and produce rooftop equipment clutter. The applicant ties the decks to a unique outdoor amenity. Amenities belong to common areas, not atop every unit where noise, light spill, and privacy conflicts amplify. And then they had a picture of a grill right above a ceiling, and still is not considered a 3-story unit, which I think is laughable. And then back to the density, it's not really, if you consider a townhome is going to be 3 to 4 bedrooms, your density is going to be 700 to 850 people. An apartment complex will probably bring maybe 100 more people, giving 1 to 2 bedroom apartments. So I don't buy that argument. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Dave Yeager, 2750 Purple Meadow Court. And I gave the mayor money too, just so we all be straight on that. and I've been against the mayor for years and sat with them and had dinner with them and gave them money, and that's all. So we clear that all up. The second thing is, again, these are all inward patios. It's a product that we don't have. It's less density. And the Live Local, I could be wrong, and Scott, you can clarify, but the way I always remember that is the state put it in place and our regulations didn't mean squat. Am I right or wrong? Basically, we have no say.
Correct.
So our standards don't count. Anything that the city has on the books doesn't count, if I am right. but you can clarify if you would, please.
Well, we still, our residential, multi-residential standards do still apply, but the fact that we have to allow a certain number of units and allow residential at all is what Live Local does.
But basically, we're giving them water and sewer, basically.
Correct.
At the end of the day. But again, it's a different product. I'm sure council members will tweak it of what they see that I don't see. I'm a big picture guy. Big picture guy is, that's a product that I would be great at Disney, because there's products that I can see in my mind that works, and this works. And again, I did give money to the mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tom Haracco, 580 Blackstone Street. My concern with this is, on the third deck, is really safety. I don't know, I've been in Minneola only 3 years, and we've been fortunate with a lot of storms, but wind is an issue. I don't know how this is not going to be a safety issue. From what I could see, I don't know if this is an actual rendering conception. I mean, it looks great. I mean, hey, I think it's great in the right area. I don't know if it's the right area here with all the wind we have. You can't tell me every time someone's going to bring everything off their patio when they go away. You can't tell me something's not going to blow away and it's 3 stories up and it's going to hit someone on the ground and we're going to go, oh, I'm sorry. I just see a safety issue. I don't think that's going to protect it. If that's an actual rendering, I don't see how that isn't a concern to anybody here. 3 stories up, something hitting somebody or falling off a roof that high up. You know, I get the density, I get some of the other stuff, but an open balcony in Minneola on a hill, I don't understand that, how it's safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I clarify? We allow 3-story apartments here. We could have three-story apartments with cantilever balconies, can we not?
Yes, you could have 3 stories.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that we can have that. So the applicant would like to respond? She's getting her steps in too.
Got a 2-year-old who helps me get those. 3-story building. So this is not 3 stories. It is a capped height. So regardless of if it's a flat roof or if it's a pitched roof, the building will be 35 feet tall. So it's just a matter of, it's going to be one way or another 35 feet. The way it's designed now versus the alternative that we showed you in another rendering as well. So that's capped. In terms of any safety questions and sprinkler questions, we didn't request a variance for sprinklers because we didn't need a variance for sprinklers. And you don't have to rely on me, you rely on your fire chief to tell us that. And they reviewed our application. We had meetings with them to go over exactly how these buildings are designed. They are safer from a fire rating standpoint than anything else probably in the city of Minneola is, maybe other than the fire department building. But from a fire safety standpoint, these are designed to be safer from a fire and a wind load, again, 175 mile per hour wind load resistance on these buildings. Under the Florida Fire Protection Code, we did not need sprinklers for the buildings. That's why they were not provided. And the designs, again, all of this has undergone your staff's review as part of the request. In terms of the number of bedrooms and saying that that's some back-end workaround, I don't know where that math came from. You know, Minneola Hills has 3-bedroom units, 2-bedroom and 1-bedroom. The bulk would not be 1 bedroom in a place like this. It would likely be 2. In fact, Hill Point is exclusively 2-bedroom units next door. There are no 1-bedroom units. So I think we should trust the authorities on multifamily units, which are multifamily developers, on topics like that. But again, this type of design, I understand that when you all created your townhome code, I don't think this was ever contemplated, that this would be what somebody would want a flat roof to accommodate. If there is no flat roof, ultimately in the end, again, we're going back to the design we showed you that fully meets the townhome standards. This is just to allow for some variation, to provide some design differences that give something exciting and new to Minneola. We have so many big, exciting new projects. You're gonna have some great people coming into town. This is just another wonderful option with a lot of additional safety components, given the fact that it is a nearly full concrete building that's being built. One of the other things I think I forgot to mention in the beginning was that these go up incredibly quickly. So following permits, I mean, it's like a 30 to 60 days that they're completed. So from an environmental responsibility standpoint, it reduces a lot of waste, a lot of time on the ground, neighbors having to listen to construction. These things go up in under 60 days.
To Ms. Judah, didn't know what to call you, so I apologize. I had mentioned earlier on the variance for the flat roofs, you did not have a problem with if we stipulated, if we allow flat roofs, if it's to and I don't know what the word smithing would be, but you understand the
Yes.
spirit of what the variance is.
Patios.
It is only to accommodate a rooftop patio as shown in the conceptual images in Exhibit B, I believe, are the ones that we have in the ordinance Jennifer sent me.
Okay, so you're okay with that?
Yeah.
And they acknowledge that, actually, I was just looking at their application, they
Yeah.
acknowledge that that would be a specific requirement they'd be fine with. Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you very
we're
much.
fine with that. Yeah, thank you.
Ms. Flynn, do you have any questions?
No, I like it.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Are we good, could we move to variance number 3? Oh, sorry, my bad. Sorry.
Thank you.
My bad. Now I'm just I'm having bad luck tonight with
That's
y'all
all
too.
right.
I apologize.
I know I'm quiet over here.
Okay.
I have the same concern that Tom had. We're 25 feet in the air. There's stuff all over everybody's patio. Hurricane comes through. People didn't take their furniture down to the first floor or the second floor. Wind comes through at 100 miles an hour. All that stuff on the patio becomes airborne, and you've got patio after patio after patio and a hurricane going through. My fear is that we'll have a debris storm that's going to be tremendous. We have no experience. This is the first of its kind in Minneola. We don't have any experience. I think to approve this, we're going to have to know who's done something like this someplace else and what problems they've found in doing this. And if it's in Florida, where we get frequent hurricanes, has it been a problem? I think the rendering looks beautiful. I think it looks very nice, but a patio with no covering over the whole thing, you're gonna get sun coming in at different angles. People are gonna want shade. Just like the mothers who take their children to the playground at Trailhead Park, they take them there one time and they say, we can't go there because at 90 degrees to 100 degrees, we can't be out in the sun. So I see a couple of issues with it. I know it's a new product. My first concern is always safety. And I can see a lot of things flying through the air at 100 miles an hour. And just as an example, somebody says, oh, well, the power's out, let's go up and barbecue on the roof. And the barbecue gets out of control, and now you've got wind blowing barbecue stuff all over the place, fire pits. It's a big concern. And from my point of view, I would certainly have to see the HOA covenants before I could really sort this in my mind. What's going to be allowed, what's not going to be allowed. I've seen HOA covenants that restrict wind chimes. And I can't imagine what an HOA covenant would do with end tables, couches, plants, potters, grills, tables, chairs. I just can't imagine it. But it looks nice. I don't think I would want it, but I don't speak for myself. I speak for the people who are going to buy these homes and live there. And I think safety is a concern. And along those same lines, I know they've talked about steel and concrete construction. I suppose some of us have heard about the stories where people have built decks on the back of their houses, maybe not so much in Florida where we tend to live on the ground level. People have built decks on the back of their houses and thought they build them real strong. They get 30 or 40 people on them and they collapse. And 10 people die, 5 people go to the hospital, et cetera, et cetera. I would caution that if we do this, we're going to have a roof strong enough to hold at least 20 people, at least 20 people. and you multiply that by 8 units on the 4th of July, or everybody's out celebrating because they can see the fireworks at Disney or whatever, and we've got crowds of people on top of the roof, that better be a really strong roof. I think the looks are good. I personally don't think that 178 homes will be looking for a patio on their roof. And it may be that they should consider whether they do all of them this way or they go to another type of roof. One that meets the code, or at least one that's I don't know what they call it, but it's essentially a gambrel roof that has multiple slopes. I think that ought to be considered in a mixture of them. I don't mean to search for things here, but they have to be divided. You can't have people on one roof wanting to cross over to people in the other roof. I see in the rendering there are walls between them, but sometimes a 6-foot wall doesn't stop a nasty person from what they do in this world. It's unfortunate. I see in the rendering that there is a fence along the outer perimeter. I also am concerned about a 3 or 4-foot fence around the outer perimeter. When teenagers are horsing around and they fall 20 feet, they're dead. They're simply dead. So I have a big concern about safety from the hurricanes, from the wind, from a fire up there, from people doing bad things. But that's me.
Eric, anything? No. Okay. Moving on to
Number 3, setback.
number 3. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Number 3.
Variance number 3. Anybody?
That's the setback.
Okay, so Jennifer Morris, 1064 Golden Dawn Loop. So just for clarification, again, Scott, can we please clarify that, just a yes or no for my question? Live Local Act allows a certain amount of units for a commercial or business zone property, yes or no? Per David Yeager.
If I had to pick one, no. If I can expand large.
Well, I'm limited on my time. Let me ask another question. Live Local Act does not allow the developer to circumvent local ordinances for our building ordinances.
Correct, but it
Okay.
overrides the local ordinance with regards to density
That's
and
fine,
use of the property.
but
We still
That
have.
doesn't mean that they can come up with whatever product they want and we have to approve it and go against all of our ordinances.
Right,
Okay.
the reason they're here for the variance this evening is they're
Right,
requesting
I'm
the
just
variance, just like any
clarifying
other
that for
project.
Mr. Yeager, because it sounds like he was not sure. So reducing front setbacks from 25 feet to 10 feet, we have a code conflict with that. The applicant says the shorter setback allows the project to better accommodate garages, stoops, and utility infrastructure in limited space. This drastic setback reduction significantly impairs neighborhood aesthetics, eliminating opportunities for mature growth, tree growth, and front yard landscaping. The removal of green space diminishes neighborhood walkability and comfort. Reducing it to 10 foot places residents' front doors dangerously close to public sidewalks, impairing both resident privacy and pedestrian safety. So I'd like for you guys to actually consider how close the sidewalks will be to these people's front doors and driveways. Front yards and trees provide important buffers that contribute to the community's character and environmental quality. The developer request is about cramming more units into less space, not about better design or community value. It's short-sighted and will permanently degrade Minneola's character. Thank you.
Dave Yeager, 2750 Purple Meadow. I have a condo in Merritt Island, and I haven't fell off the deck yet, but I'm sure, you know, it'll come. I have furniture on the condo, and we're on the Indian River, and we had 120-mile-an-hour winds, and no, we didn't pull the furniture in, but we have hurricane shutters, but again, I understand the safety, what Mr. Saunders is talking about, but you know, again, do people probably fall off the condo and die at our condo? Probably. If we go back and check statistics, but there's like 20 motorcycle wrecks right at 520, right at the river bridge, or people jumping off the bridge, so I can't help people what they do. All I know is this project is incredible. If I had to live on Sullivan Road, and Mr. John Wart basically did that development across from Sullivan Road. He was the first one and came here 40, 50 years ago. He has passed, but he developed all that area, and I remember many projects coming in front of us that weren't good, and then the Live Local came, and that was a really bad project. And so as far as the impact to the neighbors, this is probably the best. However you want to do the roofs, high, low, whatever, but it's a better product at the end of the day if you had to live across the street. Thank you.
Tara, I do have one question, if you can come up.
Correct me if I'm wrong, again, we did allow the 10-foot setbacks on Minneola Ridge. To the front, but it was the patio.
Was it Minneola? I remember Sugarloaf.
But we had the
was
Minneola
actually-
Ridge. I think
Minneola Ridge was to the garage. It had to be back to the garage.
25-foot garage, but we allowed the building to shift forward to bring it
Yes.
to more of the closer.
Yes.
And that was my question. That's what I want to clarify, so, okay.
So, Terry, you mentioned where you have a Plan B for this, should this not pass. That Plan B with the 468 units, did that require any variances at all?
No. No, and those units could all, very similar to Mineola Hills, be 3 stories, and we have 3 stories of balconies on every story with all of our units. So we would, many of these, I think, concerns would still be the same, except a general market rate apartment project is not designed out of concrete and reinforced steel. Which is, again, the durability and the fire resistance and the lower maintenance costs and lower utility costs for these buildings are because of the way that it's designed from a safety standpoint. There would be separations between each of those buildings. They've already been developed in South Florida already, so they have built these out. I was texting one of the owners.
If I may, for those who could have taken a road trip and had the option of knowing those come on here, Onyx is built in Groveland, so you can go see Onyx in Groveland, the structure of the houses, how they're built. It's a unique piece of architecture. When I saw it with Onyx, my wife and I went and looked at it, and it's kind of an amazing piece. So there is tools for that. And then the other question I just wanted to interrupt is they're going high for the market. And again, if you see the rooftops, if you drive downtown Orlando, this is something that is downtown Orlando. If you go on Maitland Boulevard, there's actually an apartment complex, and I want to say it's 6 stories tall, but they've complemented the top 2 stories with a double level with a rooftop, and that's 6 stories up with a thing, and that one is very marketable also. And when you look at a product like this, and you go look at outside besides here, you look at a Celebration, with the David Weekley homes off of Celebration Boulevard. There are packed in there like this also. with rear facing, and it's very, people buy them.
Yep.
Not everybody, and if you have a bad product, then it won't sell. So that's,
We're planning on doing rooftop dining over at Hill City Center. We're designing that out now, so we think it's a huge amenity.
So again, I want to go back to this density and variance question, because it seems like even on social media, we have some people that were adamant about this, where they don't want density in this area, but based on what Live Local stipulates, right, and what was brought up tonight, that there's, again, the city does not have to approve different variances based on Live Local. You mentioned earlier that your Plan B would not require any variances. Therefore, you could in fact build 468 units without requiring any variances from the city. Therefore, we will have no say. You will put in 468 apartments without any restrictions whatsoever.
That sounds heavy-handed, but it is true. So yes, that is the state of affairs of this piece of property. And again, it's just easier to design big multifamily buildings than it is lots of little fee simple lots. So that's where we've gotten a little bit constrained. And again, there's some give and take on this property. If you look at your RMF2 standards, it talks about rear yard setbacks for attached dwellings at 6 feet. We're 88 feet. I mean, we've moved some of these things, again, trying to be responsive and getting as far away from Sullivan as we can while still meeting everything else, created some internal constraints. So this has been an evolving project responsive to everything. Perhaps we should have written all of this in our variance and not just stated it on the record, which we did during our P&Z hearing and in conversations with your staff. So maybe they're just reading the variance justification, but not taking it in the totality of what we've said at the P&Z hearing and what your staff said in their reports too. So if you take it all together, I hope that gives you the picture that trying to accommodate some of these other constraints and desires that are very overarching on the project, like getting away from Sullivan Road as much as we can with an 88-foot setback, rather than a 6-foot setback. And, again, that pushes things internal for us, but we were looking at what is the external impact of a project design. And I think that's what the folks here, especially who live across Sullivan, are most concerned with. What is the external impact to them that they see every single day? We think it's a beautiful product, worth seeing, and you're gonna love seeing it, but I don't blame them for wanting to know that there's a limited view impact on what their day-to-day life is going to be. If you buy in this community, you can't come in and then be shocked that you bought into a community that's designed the way it's designed. You're just not gonna live there. And if you live 1 or 2 miles away from this project site, I can promise you that the interior of this project's not going to impact you. And it's going to be designed beautifully, and you've seen the renderings that we're held to, because that's what we're asking for, the renderings that we're showing you. So at least there's some predictability in what you're gonna get. And I understand that it is coming with a number of 4, to be specific, variances, but it's all being designed for what we think is the best end product.
And Chief, I'm sorry to put you on the spot. Something that piqued my interest was talking about safety. What is the, I don't know if it's melting point or crumble point of concrete when it comes to fire? So let's say one of these barbecues did have a runaway fire. What temperature does it have to get before it crumbles?
Did you preface that with not to put me on the spot?
Yes, 100%.
But if you could come up and say your name.
So actually, Chief DeBasey, I don't know a number specifically. However, concrete is what we would call a fire-resistant product. That's why when you look at prisons and schools, concrete ultimately doesn't ignite. Generally what happens when it heats up, the air expands in there and it could spald and crack and spit, but it's not gonna burn like wood or other. But as far as a specific number, I don't have. I'm not prepared.
And that's fine. You answered my question. From a safety perspective and from your professional opinion, would you rather have this type of building construction or a standard multifamily type of construction?
I think that's an opinion, honestly. I think that based on the Florida, I have no skin in the fight. I live in a single-family residence. I think that we rely heavily on the Florida Fire Prevention Code, and Florida Fire Prevention Code puts measures in place that if we do build, an apartment complex that is wood framed, that there's protective measures to prevent that. Whereas if you build something, that's made of concrete, it may not require things that the wood would require. So I think that's a heavily opinion based.
That's true. So let me rephrase the question. Do you think this is as safe as a regular multifamily? Or do you think that this exceeds the codes of Florida Builder Code?
So specifically to the Florida Building Code, on a concept, we're really gonna look in when we get like site and plans specifically. I know that the meetings that we had with them, and they were a while, so to cite specifics, I don't think I'm prepared to do so publicly. But I know that in reviews and discussions with my team, what we were presented with, I didn't see any safety from a fire prevention code standpoint. If the plan review came through and there were fire code issues with it, we would flag those and we would comment those.
Perfect, all right. Thank you for not coming out and getting on the spot, appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'm going to come up with another concrete example that's not a prison. That's fair.
Zoo?
A zoo,
School.
perfect.
Okay, is there any other questions on the step back question? Our fourth and, oh, Joe, sorry.
Yeah, I was wondering if you could explain why 10 feet is better for utility easement than 25 feet.
To the bullpen for this.
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin White. I'm with KPM Franklin, 222 Church Street in Kissimmee, Florida. I don't know that there's a reason why 10 would be better for a utility easement than 20, but I can tell you that typically utility easements in most developments are around 10 feet behind the sidewalk. And a lot of times whenever you have rear-loaded units, it's standard to push the unit further up because of the garage access in the back and the alleys. So that gives the buildings that come a little bit closer to the right-of-way, obviously, pushing it about 10 feet from the right-of-way to allow for that, so they could have a stoop that walks right into the grass. As far as the landscaping, we'll comply with the landscaping code. We're gonna, as soon as we get done with this, my next task is gonna be putting together the preliminary subdivision plan, so that we could, our preliminary site plan, so we could process through that. And with that, we'll provide landscaping examples of street trees and everything that's gonna meet the code. But specifically to answer your question, I don't know that you could say that one is better than the other than a 25-foot depth to lay in utilities. You get free reign to put it in there versus 10 feet, which is normally the standard. Even in single-family homes, you normally have like a 10-foot utility easement along the frontage of the property. But the difference between that is the front load versus the rear loaded garage. So normally, if you have a front-loaded product, you're going to push your product back about 20 to 25 feet so you can park in the driveway. Well, here the driveways are in the rear, so you don't really have to worry about that. So it allows you to push it up. It has a more walkable feel throughout the community. We'll be providing some amenities as well. We've got some areas back in the back where people can walk their dogs, and up in the front, there's something that's probably going to be happening up the front from a recreational standpoint. But it gives a walkable feel throughout the neighborhood.
But the utility easements in the 10 feet, it's in amongst that 10 feet.
Well, the utilities down there in that 10 feet are typically like communication lines and things like that. All the water, the sewer, the sanitary, that would be within the right-of-way itself. So basically from the sidewalks.
It's all underground?
Yeah.
And under the right-of-way?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Will there be cables, fiber optic cables and all that under the right-of-way?
Not under the right-of-way, so the 10-foot utility easements on the lots themselves is typically where you would put your communication lines. So if you were to stand at your house, walk up about 10 feet to the sidewalk in the rear of your house, from about 10 feet over, you're gonna have various cable, fiber optic, whatever else is down there, electric, right? They're gonna run that down through there. But the water, the sewer, the sanitary, the water, the stormwater, the sanitary sewer, those are usually built within the confines of the right-of-way itself. And if it comes out of the right-of-way, there would be a separate easement specific for that.
Okay. 10 feet doesn't, when you take, it's a 10-foot setback from the curb?
No, sir. That would be from the back of the sidewalk, on the sidewalk that's in parallel to the street.
So the sidewalk's not in the 10 feet?
No, sir. The sidewalk would be within the right-of-way. So the easement, so you would have a roadway, the curb, and you'd have your sidewalks on the outside, and then the back of the sidewalk would more or less be your right-of-way or your property line.
I didn't
And then 10
realize
feet towards the units, that's where your comm lines and electric and all that other stuff would run.
Okay. Okay, thanks. Anything else, Mr. Saunders?
Nope, not on that one.
Mr. Hernandez, I forgot who I have spoken to. Anybody else have any
No,
comment?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Okay, can we move to number 4 now?
Sure.
Anybody?
So, number 4. The last one, again, this one was reviewed by the fire department, and the reason that they saw no issue at all from a safety standpoint, this is one area that's about 99 feet, that is to access 4 units, and it's to avoid a main connect. It's shown right here. This is the only area that we're talking about. This little delineated on the conceptual plan, again, that's going to be attached as an exhibit to the ordinance. It shows that this is a rear load, again, because of some connectivity issues for where the DOT required shared access point was. This is the only place access could be to the property for the entire site, so this couldn't connect out into that main access drive.
I want you to repeat that. I'm trying to understand why you didn't connect it.
Sure.
So go slower.
A
Just strike it.
safety design issue is connecting this directly into oncoming traffic coming in or out of the project site. From a safety standpoint, it was.
Is it possible to do it with a safety click gate? Could you put a safety click gate and call it a day?
I could perhaps.
I'm just asking the question.
Well, you typically could, but there was another big factor there. So if you look in those 2 areas as the roadway is coming in, the main driveway, and the way everything is lined up, there's an offset, number
Okay,
1, right?
so it's a topography. It's the
Yeah.
2-dimensional picture with a
Well,
3-dimensional answer.
It's a horizontal offset, but it's also a vertical because, we went through quite a painstaking effort. Normally, we don't do this with conceptual plans, but because of the topography, we really kind of had to be sure where we put this stuff. And as we laid it down through there, and we went in and kind of mass graded the site and kind of understood where the walls were, in that area where that one little 93-foot section of roadway goes, there's about, I think it's about a 5 or 6 foot elevation change in
Okay,
there.
and that's,
So,
we're good.
right, so you couldn't accommodate a vehicle to come in. I mean, you could do a personal vehicle and stretch it out and raise the road, but as far as a fire truck access, a fire truck is gonna have a heck of a time.
In the fire department, you don't need to speak. I'm not gonna put you on the spot. I'm like, they did review this in this piece, because it's only 93 feet. So if
That's
they had to
correct.
turn a truck one way, they could get a hose there if they had to.
Yeah, typically 150 feet is the cited length that emergency services says is the max before they require a turnaround. We're at 93, so we're not at that max length where they would say you have to have a turnaround. That was just one of those code issues that we asked fire and emergency services to take a look at, and they said that it was not an issue.
Okay. Anybody in the audience want to speak on this?
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Jennifer Morris, 1064 Golden Down Loop. I realize this is my last time to speak on this. I don't have an opinion on the dead end, but I want to say it's a parent who is in the pockets of these developers. And you're shaking your head, Eric, but it's definitely one of you. You guys are up there, Pat and Eric, advocating for approval against going variances of the city, when you should be scrutinizing why these variances were put in place, or these ordinances were put in place for a reason to hold Minneola's character, safety, and conservation, everything. And you're up there advocating, saying, oh, did you go look at this property here, or this property has this, and you should be scrutinizing why we're doing these variances. So it's quite disappointing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Any final, oh, go ahead. Mr. Yeager.
Dave Yeager, 2750 Purple Meadow Court. As again, I was the mayor here, was on council, been on P&Z for 20-some years, and the bottom line is I've dealt with this property over and over and over and over and over and over again. And the fact is that no one's in anybody's pockets. The fact is that they could have that with less setbacks, with more density. And again, it's a product, and the product will sell, and Sullivan Road people will adapt. And at the end of the day, we've had single-family homes, we had the Ladd brothers come here, we had workshops, and we blew them off, and they couldn't make the numbers to make it work, and that's before that property ever went to the way it went. And so it's been a long time coming, so it's time to make a decision, whatever it will be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just happy to offer up if you guys have any other additional questions that you want, and only because it got raised. I think it's worth saying that you all probably don't get a lot of credit for what is a thankless and unpaid, essentially, job. I'm sure you all are losing money being here by not doing things with your family or for your day-to-day job that does give you income. And it's unfortunate that, I don't know, civil discourse has maybe gone out the window, which is probably why I'm so passionate about my civics and debate initiative for the next generation of kids, to understand that we should not just look at things and disagree with people and then question their ethics and their morality because of it. All of you have a very difficult job. Tonight did not feel like a rubber stamp by any means. I mean, all the questions we got at P&Z, all the questions we get from members of the public, which they should come out. This is the best little microcosm of democracy you can find anywhere in America, is at City Council and Board of County Commission hearings, because your voice does matter and it's heard. And there's a lot of conversations that come before we are here tonight. And we talk to your staff at length. Your staff does a professional review. You have independent people that you all pay to do independent reviews of these types of applications who don't have to say they agree with things, and oftentimes they do not. And we also have had a lot of projects where you all have told us that things don't work, and we've changed conditions and we've modified them. And in fact, my very first time in Minneola with Mayor Kelly, I rescinded a project because it had so much pushback from the members of the council at a workshop many, many years ago. So I learned from that lesson that Minneola is not an easy place to do business, though it is welcoming to do business, but it's not easy because you guys want us to get it right. So I do appreciate the thought that went in tonight. I know that there was a lot of steps to get us through 4 variances. But again, thank you for the efforts that you put in on behalf of the city and on behalf of applicants like myself.
Any final comments before I put it for a motion from council?
No, thank you.
No, I was just going to say it's good that, like, Mrs. Simons come out tonight that lives off Sullivan Road, and she likes this project. She would rather see this than anything else. So appreciate your input.
Chris? Mr. Saunders, any final comments?
No.
For the record, we've had this come in front, and Mr. Yeager and I've been through a lot of this. Do I like this project? This project honestly causes conflict in my own house between my wife and I. If she doesn't like this, I don't like this. I've made some decisions that I probably regretted now that I see the future coming in, and I think Mr. Hernandez leads to this, is years ago, we had a project come from the Ladd brothers who wanted to come here and build a subdivision, nicely subdivision, and it was going to be quarter-acre lots, kind of like perfect, bigger than anything in the hills, bigger than the reserve and all that. And we said, absolutely not. We don't want that. We want to be business, not knowing what the future holds for us. So I look back at this and I think, dang, we probably should approve the other one because it was a whole lot better. And that would have been making exceptions to our code and zoning them in. Now I'm at a quagmire where if I don't support this project, what potentially could come down to Mr. Hernandez is something twice as big with more impact. So there is a point in time when we have to make decisions of what we feel is the best. And so I am supportive of the project. My biggest concern on the project, and luckily you had your engineer here, and that was, why didn't the road connect? He very easily explained it to me because I didn't see the topography piece. Because I was like, that would be an easy fix, just put a stop there, but there was a good reason for that. The rest of it was exciting looking what was there. So I'm fine with it. So how do we want to move forward on this?
If I may just
go ahead.
say one thing, you pretty much put it all out there.
I think you were here when the lads came through too.
Yeah, yeah. And yes, what it is and what it can be, scary. And also, for the resident that lives on Sullivan Road, thank you for coming forward, and thank you for speaking, because really, you're the one that's gonna have to see it 24/7. So, thank you. But, yeah, it is scary what it could have been than what it is being presented right now.
Yeah.
So, thank you for mentioning that as well. And I'll end it right there.
Thank you. So how do we want to do this, one variance at a time?
Well, it actually was designed as one, the resolution as 4 variances
So if
en
we-
masse. If you're comfortable in voting that way, you
Just
certainly
want to
can.
make sure that we don't,
Yeah.
Right.
can we
You
put
can-
it out as one size fits all?
Yes,
If
you,
it doesn't go, then can we do them individually?
you could, yes, or you could just do it individually to begin with if there was any concerns. But if
willing
you're
to
fine with all of it, and one change that would be in your motion is, I think it's been consented to or stipulated that if the flat roof variance is approved, that is on the condition that it's to allow the patios, not just a flat, you get a flat roof no matter what you do.
But to Mr. Saunders' comment on if they change the roof, I'm mixing this up, and y'all just explain this to me. We approve a variance for a flat roof. If they get halfway through this project and they say, we want what type of roof, a different type of roof, they can.
Oh, absolutely.
They can do a different
You
roof.
don't have to do a flat roof. just
Okay,
because
this
you
is,
approve
this
the
is not
variance.
committing them.
Correct.
So if they get in there and they realize that I want this to look like, because if you notice the one, if you travel around the subdivision in Oakland, it's got some with flat roofs and then it's got some with regular roofs. So once you get into this project and things are fluid and they change what the market is, yeah, these sell, but maybe we'll put a couple of these other mixes because everybody likes the product, but they don't like the
It's 'cause
flat
they
roof.
can.
We'll get away from that.
Yeah.
Then they can address that piece. Does that, I'm I want to make sure that we're not
Yeah, they are
locking
not
them into the.
required to do flat roofs just because you give the variance.
Okay.
Yeah. Gives them the option to possibly do that.
Okay, with that said, does somebody like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve item 3, resolution 2025-07.
That would be all 4 variances.
All 4 variances at one time.
Okay, can I get a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much. Item 4, site plan Advent Health.
Did you want to take a
Oh, yeah, can we take a?
5-minute break?
Yes.
If not, that's fine with me, but I just feel
think
for
Advent-
others.
A motion for a 5-minute break?
Advent.
Advent's right here.
Advent's right.
After Advent?
Oh,
After Advent?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Luckily, they bill by the hour, not by the item. So,
well, I'm sorry, I need to be
That's fine.
excused, thank you.
okay.
I can't
All right,
stay.
Aaron, get your.
You gotta wait, yeah.
Go ahead.
This also is a quasi judicial matter. If anybody wishes to speak on the Advent site plan, or possibly if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give this evening is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, let me just fast forward here to the Advent. All right, again, for the record, Eric Roche with Inspire Placemaking, here in my capacity as a contract planner in the city. This is item number 4 on your agenda, the Advent Health Phase 2 Medical Office Building Site Plan. This one's located west of North Hancock Road and east of the Turnpike. Folks are familiar with the site, I'm sure. You've seen the construction of Phase 1, which is the hospital. This is within the hills of Minneola PUD. So this is Phase 2 of the site. You can faintly see it on the screen overlaid on the aerial. This is the portion of the property that's closest to Hancock Road. Phase 1 is currently under construction, and this will be Phase 2 for the medical office. So the limits of the construction are just over 7.6 acres. It's just over 60,000 gross square feet, about 47,000 leasable square feet of medical office uses to support the hospital. There's no additional access to North Hancock Road, and all of the access is going to come through the existing hospital site. These are the proposed building elevations. You can see that they've designed this really in concert with phase one. So phase two is going to be on the left, and the hospital elevations are going to be on the right. So you can see it's really kind of the same design language, so it all blends together as part of a holistic campus. So in summary, phase one is currently under construction. This is the site plan for phase two, which is a medical office building. It's been reviewed by all staff members, and there are no outstanding comments. It's consistent with code, and the Hills DA and P&Z recommended approval last night. So with that, welcome any questions, and I know we have the whole applicant team here as well. Thank you.
I really hate to say this, but I got nothing. Joe, do you have anything? Any questions?
I have a comment.
That's fine.
We're growing another big parking lot.
So.
And I hope it's not going to be an eyesore on Hancock Road. I hope there's going to be enough buffer or something between Hancock Road and that parking lot.
Okay.
There's nothing big and beautiful about parking lots. And I don't know. Sorry to say they're hot. They're seldom ever shaded. And it's just unfortunate that I understand the need for it, but I don't understand why we don't have another solution. I wish we did.
Okay.
Parking garages, I know, are expensive. They're very concentrated. But big, beautiful parking lots just don't exist.
Okay. Mr. Hernandez?
No comment, thank you.
No, the only thing I was going to say is planning and zoning did a tremendous job last night of going over all of it, and they approved it. They did a nice job.
Nope, nothing, thank you.
I'll ask a question so y'all feel like y'all actually, does this build your site out? Does this pretty much, I know you had phases. Will this complete your campus as today, or do you see other medical buildings coming in possibly? If you can't answer it, like, right now, we're good. It's a good answer. Huh? Okay. That's fine. We're good. I can't answer. It's a good answer. I just didn't. Yeah. Thank you. Good answer.
Constantly.
Well, I asked that, and then I look at Winter Garden. It keeps, every time you turn around, they redesign everything. So probably should have fully thought that one through before I ask it. Thanks. I'm good. See, now they all nodded their heads, so they all can check the box that they were included in the meeting to get their say. Anybody in the audience? Can I get a motion for approval?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
First and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion carries. Can we take a 5-minute break,
Can I
please?
get a motion for 10-minute break?
10-minute break.
10-minute break?
Wait, thanks.
Do we need
Yeah.
a second?
A
Somebody
second.
Somebody say aye.
All in
I
favor
don't
say
care.
aye.
I'll second, yeah, whatever. I don't care. Oh. I already did what I had to do.
considered the agenda order.
Everything should go smooth.
Yeah. Well, I think the notion is typically they put the stuff that they think the most people come out for first, which is why that other one was there first, but it takes much more time than the others. But
It's just frustrating when we get the hour-long meetings and they get voted 5-0.
exactly.
Panthers tomorrow, start Stanley Cup.
Just what, 3 years in a row?
Sir,
I'm not a hockey person, but admire that.
This is the 6th year that a Florida team has made it to the Stanley Cup.
That's right. I didn't realize that. That's true. The Lightning before them.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that is cool.
Which makes Florida the most hated hockey team.
I have some good friends from Toronto.
Oh,
yeah. I wasn't even really paying attention. They were just like literally crying. They were crying about like because like what they were what were they up?
No, we were.
Weren't they up? I mean,
They were up.
Yeah.
3-1.
Yeah, that was it. They were one win away. That was it. And then the Panthers won the next 3. Yeah. Because I didn't believe it. I was talking to them when I guess it was 3-1, and they were all like on cloud 9, and then I kind of checked out, and then saw, oh, Florida won. Can't believe it.
That was great.
Yeah.
That's such a so happy. But I knew that if we were to get through Toronto, that we'd go all the way.
Back.
So rudely interrupt.
Pam, if we can please get started. Thank you.
It's okay.
Call back to order, Minneola City Council.
If I can, before we get started real quick, some of the hubbub y'all saw earlier, they're most concerned with the live stream working properly, so we were trying to get that, make sure it was tested and working well.
I appreciate
That's
that.
what some of that moving around was earlier. Fine.
Thank you.
Maybe it's good that it didn't work.
Purposely.
Fire assessment, so we're doing second reading vacation
second reading.
rentals,
Yep.
Yes.
better known as Wally's Law.
Ordinance 2025-09, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Minneola, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 102, District Regulations by creating Article 5, Sections 504 through 510, entitled Vacation Rental and Hosted Rental Regulations, providing definitions, establishing registration and insurance requirements, providing for inspections, establishing standards for operation, safety, and parking, addressing nuisance abatement, providing for enforcement penalties, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, and providing an effective date. The hour is getting late, so I won't revisit the whole discussion we had at first reading. Big picture, per state statute, we cannot prohibit or regulate the frequency or number of vacation rentals, but we can make reasonable regulations to try to make the nice balance between the ability of the property owner to make income from these properties, but to respect the neighborhood around them. So that's what we've tried to do in this ordinance. I appreciate all the council, P&Z, public comments, and of course the Swarcos, which I assume, hopefully they're watching if we got the feed fixed.
They're trying.
They've been very helpful, of course, as you all know, throughout. From first reading, we made several changes which were appreciated and suggested. We added a definition for sleeping room, which was specifically out of the building code, which was a good fix to clarify that. We went ahead and took out the extra solid waste requirements. That was a specific recommendation from P&Z. We added the requirement that the parking requirements be posted on the property. We did not put the posting to be outside the property, but inside. We'll try that for now. That went along with P&Z's desire that these vacation rentals not stick out or look different from other housing, so we went with that at this time. Keep in mind, this is step one. As we go through this process, if we learn and want to change things, we can. We did add a requirement that they have, and I appreciate that suggestion, that they have public liability insurance. We did a mini survey of these. That's, I would say the majority of vacation rental ordinances do contain that provision. Not all of them, but I do think it's a good thing to have in there and is good for the public and the people staying in these rentals. We beefed up the enforcement mechanism. It still is anything and all that you can do legally, but we went ahead and specifically allowed 5 different mechanisms, and we'll be speaking with the Sheriff's Department further as far as, because they're the ones usually that are going to be on the weekend that are going to get the first call, so we'll work with them as well. And a lot of other small changes, but those were the major changes from first reading. But with that, happy to answer any questions, either from you or the public, but we would enthusiastically recommend approval.
Anybody from the audience? Read about for council? And any comments, concerns?
No.
I would like to say thanks for the hat, Wally and Michelle. I appreciate it. They sent me a hat. This way I don't have to text them. So, can I get a motion for approval?
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 2025-09, vacation rentals.
I'll second.
A first and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. This is still just a work in process. We'll be tweaking this, I'm sure, as we go.
I'm sure, yes.
Okay.
Congratulations to the Swarcos.
Follow-up fire assessment methodology update.
Okay, we have Sandy here. Sorry, Sandy, we kept you here so late. She's here from Tallahassee to provide an update on our fire assessment fee.
Hopefully she wasn't planning on driving back tonight.
No.
Okay.
No, I'm not going home tonight. Sandy Newbarth with Accenture. You've had a fire assessment in place for a long time. We originally did the study in 2009. I think you didn't implement it in 2009. I think we came back in 12 or something like that and implemented it. So this is just an update to it. Okay, so want to remind you, what is a fire assessment? It's simply a charge imposed against property to pay for fire protection services. It's not statutory driven, it's case law driven, and so you have to follow the case law requirements. There's 2 prongs primarily that you must meet. The first says that the property has to benefit from the services that are being provided. The courts have said that the properties do benefit from fire protection services, but they do not benefit from EMS services. So therefore, we have to remove the EMS from the calls and the cost and all that stuff. And then the second component is that it has to be fairly and reasonably apportioned. So the apportionment methodology that we use is called the historical demand methodology. The reason for this is it's the history. We look at the call data of who's driving the services, who's demanding the services, and then we apportion the cost based on that demand. It's court-tested and approved, most widely used throughout the state of Florida. Probably 90 to 95% of the fire assessment programs in the state of Florida use the historical demand methodology. It's easy for property owners to understand. Again, your current assessment program was last updated in 2020. That is when we came back and we put in a land category. Before that, you did not have a land category. Last year, you generated about $481,000 from the fire assessment. It doesn't fund all of your fire protection services, but you charged residential $59, commercial 9 cents a square foot, industrial warehouse 2 cents a square foot, and institutional 18 cents a square foot, and vacant land $37 per parcel. That $59 rate, while the non-residential and the land has changed, you have remained at that $59 rate since inception. When we look at for our analysis, we look at 4 primary components. We look at your service delivery. Again, we look to see, is there an EMS component that we need to deal with? Yes, you have ALS without transport, which tells us that's an EMS component. We also look at your fire flow, and based on the National Fire Protection Association standards, and based on your fire flow in your city, you have a non-residential square foot cap of 156,700 square feet. Before this has changed. Before, your square foot cap was 45,000 square feet. You had one building that exceeded that square foot cap, and that was the Hills Crossing Plaza. It was like 68,000 square feet, so they were only paying up to 45,000 square feet. With this new update, everybody will pay for all of their square footage. The second component is we look at the budget and we split out the EMS from the fire. We have a methodology that we use that was reviewed by the courts in the Desiderio versus Boynton Beach case by the 4th District Court of Appeals and blessed by them. So that's the same methodology that we use. Again, the cost apportionment is looking at the call data and where the demand is going. And then the parcel apportionment is we look at your parcel data, and we look at the buildings and the uses of the building structures on your properties to determine their benefit. So the 5-year average assessable budget, we started with the fiscal year 24-25 adopted budget, added, split it between fire and EMS, applied annual increases based on the budgeting practices of the city to the budget. We added your 5-year capital improvement plan, which is about $1.1 million annually. We added in the miscellaneous assessment expenditures, which is anytime anything goes on the tax bill, they get the same benefits as the tax bill. So if they pay in November, they would get that 4% discount. So we apply those to it so that you won't have a revenue deficit. And then the tax collector can charge you up to 2% for collecting it on your behalf, which it's well worth it. You don't want to have to chase everybody down for collecting the money from them. So, but they do charge you a fee. So we look at your total expenditures minus any revenues that you have, plus additional miscellaneous assessment expenditures to get your net assessable expenditures. Out of your budget, you can fund about 57.69% of your total budget through the fire assessment. The cost apportionment, this is your historical demand. There is a typo. Oh, it was fixed. Okay, good. So we use the calendar year 2024 call data. What they do when your firefighters go out to a call, after the call, they fill out an incident form. And what they do is they put a situation found code. They say, what type of a call did I go on? And so we look at that to say, was it an EMS call or was it a fire protection call? Now, when I talk about fire protection, I talk about the level up to a first responder. So it doesn't necessarily mean that there has to be flames going. It can be a rescue, but it doesn't necessarily have to be flames. It can be a service call or something like that. You run a lot of those. So what we do is we look at those and we first say, okay, if it's EMS, let's take them out because you can't fund EMS, and so we're not going to look at the EMS calls. So then we get the mixture of just the fire calls, and then we look at what another code that they fill out is the fixed property use. So where did they go? Did they go to a single-family house? Did they go to an apartment? Did they go to the Walmart? Did they go to the warehouse building? Where did they go on that call? And so then that's where the historical demand is. We take out the non-specifics. So non-specifics would be things such as roadways, waterways, things that don't go to a specific property, that don't get a tax bill, that you can't charge. So based out of the 321 calls that were for fire protection for calendar year 2024, 215 went to residential, so that's 66.98%. So what we saw is, based on the last study, it was at 71.24%. So we saw the demand for residential went down. We saw the demand for commercial went up about 8%. So they're at 15.26%. Industrial warehouse went down a little bit, so they're at 1.25%. Institutional. So what we did this time is we created a separate church category. Right now, you exempt what's called, it's a two-prong test. It's institutional tax exempt buildings. So what that says is that the parcel has to be wholly tax exempt and the building has to be of institutional use. Which most of those buildings are churches and nonprofits. So what we did is we looked at it to see if we couldn't create a separate church category. So basically it stayed almost the same, rolling the church and the institutional in together, but when we separated it out, so you've got 9.66% going to institutional. When you think of an institutional building, it's those that are maybe public purpose type buildings, so it would be schools and kind of nonprofits, hospitals and things like that. And then church was 1.87% of the calls, and then vacant land was 4.98% of the calls. So the big increase, what we saw is everybody went down slightly or a little bit more, and you're doing a lot more commercial calls. So that means the commercial rate is gonna go up. The parcel apportionment, we're not changing anything about that. Residential will be on a per dwelling unit basis. Your non-residential, again, which is commercial, industrial warehouse, institutional, and churches, will be on a square foot basis, capped at 156,700 square feet. So no buildings are capped at this point. And then land would be on a per parcel charge. So now that we've got the bits and pieces together, what we do, it's a math problem. So if 66.98% of the budget needs to be funded from residential out of that $4.2 million budget, $4,272,000, $2.8 million needs to be funded from residential divided by your 6,515 dwelling units to get you a $440 per dwelling unit rate. Your commercial rate would be this is at your 100% rates. This is not what staff is recommending, but we like to tell you what it would be at your, what the maximum would be that you can fund. Commercial would be at $1.66 per square foot. Industrial warehouse, 12 cents a square foot. Your institutional, $1.97 a square foot, and your church would be at $2.47 a square foot. Vacant land, $139. Again, this is not what staff is recommending. So staff is recommending keeping the residential rate at the $59 per dwelling unit. So this would fund about 13.43% of your total 5-year average budget. So residential would not change at all. Your commercial would go from 9 cents a square foot to 23 cents a square foot, so it would go up 14 cents a square foot. Your industrial warehouse would not change. It would still stay at 2 cents a square foot. Your institutional, since we broke out the calls and we had to break out the units to split it amongst it, so your institutional is going up it's going to be 27 cents a square foot instead of 18 cents, so it's going up 9 cents. And your church is a new category, so it was wrapped into the institutional, so it's 34 cents a square foot. Most of those would apply for that. If you continue to do the same policy exemptions of the buy downs, they would be exempt. So that would net you about $510,000 to certify to the tax collector. It's a gross of $573,000. Your buy downs, this is a policy decision that you make every year, is $63,352. Right now, you buy down government Government, you can't put on the tax bill, so you have a kind of a collection issue. The only way you could charge government would be to send them a separate bill and ask them to pay, or sue them or something. So you do have a collection issue. Most of our clients do exempt government. And then church exemptions would be $11,000, and then ag exemption would be $1,000. Now, the ag exemption is statutory, so it's not a policy decision. You do have to exempt. The statute says if it's vacant ag land, you can't charge for a fire assessment, or if there is a non-residential building on vacant ag land that has a market value of $10,000 or less, you can't charge it. I don't think you have any buildings on the ag lands, but you do have some ag land properties that you could not charge, so that's about $1,000. Schedule, implementation, again, your fire assessment is an annual decision. You set the rates annually every year. Tonight is the workshop to go over the updated study. On July 15th, they'll be bringing back it's the initial rate resolution. When you update it, you do an amended and restated. It's just a name nomenclature, but you would adopt an amended and restated initial assessment resolution on July 15th. You are very fortunate that your property appraiser allows you to put this on the trim notice, so you don't have to send out separate first-class notices. It saves the city a lot of money, and they do not have to put it on there, so you are very fortunate that your property appraiser works with you and allows you to. However, then you're kind of on the trim schedule. So the first-class notices need to go out at least 20 days before the public hearing. So since the trim notices aren't mailing out until August 21st, you have to have a specially set special hearing to adopt the amended and restated final assessment resolution. It has to be adopted at least 20 days after the notices are mailed, but it has to also be adopted before September 15th, because statutorily your roll has to be submitted to the tax collector by 5 o'clock, close of business on September 15th. So it kind of leaves you with, select dates that you can have your public hearing. Policy direction, rates, you want to go with staff's recommendation for the rates. Exemptions, you want to continue to have the same exemptions, and schedule and anything else. That's it.
Anybody in the audience want to speak on this? Bring it back. Mr. Saunders, any comments?
No, looks good to me.
No comments, thank you.
No, looks good.
It's good, thank you.
I do have a question.
Oh, okay.
So you feel like, I'm just trying to understand, go back to your schedule. When you talk about vacant land.
Oh, the rates?
Yeah.
Okay.
How does that work because we have the residential.
Mm-hmm.
Is that residential with a dwelling? Where does residential platted property, residential properties without a building, do they fall on vacant land, or they
Correct,
just get?
vacant land. If they don't have a structure, if they're not paying for a building charge, then they're paying for the vacant land charge.
But if it's a quarter of acre, then they only pay a quarter of the.
No, they pay, it's a per parcel charge, so everybody pays that $37.
Okay, got it. Good, that was my question.
Or $19, yeah.
Okay, thank you, that was it.
Yes.
You probably could have sent that in an email. With that said, so what's the next step, Scott?
As she mentioned, if you're fine with that and holding the rates as proposed, pretty much holding
Fine with
steady,
it.
we'll come back in July with the amended resolution.
Sounds good.
So,
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Okay. Bring it back. Live local property tax exemption opt-out.
First reading.
First reading.
Ordinance 2025-11 on first reading, in order to the City of Minneola, Florida pursuant to Section 196.197830 Florida statutes electing to not exempt property under Section 196.19783D1A Florida statutes commonly known as the Live Local Act property tax exemption for certain multifamily rental units, providing for findings, providing for opt-out, providing for applicability, providing for advertising, notice to the property appraiser, providing for no waiver of rights, providing for an effective date and expiration, providing for severability and conflicts, providing for an effective date. This is exactly what you did last year, but the way it works, it has to be done every year. And we still qualify for the ability to opt out in Lake County, and anyway, this is first reading, so.
Any comments from the audience? Okay. Bring it back is the social media management services RFP.
Okay, this is just a very quick draft. There's obvious changes that need to be made, but we just want council's input on basically the scope. Make sure there's something if you want added or removed, we'll get that included and get it out to the street. Just want to give y'all review it as quick as possible.
This is, I'm assuming this has the same that the original agreement had with, on target or moving forward or whatever.
Yeah, I think basically took the same elements.
Okay. Yeah, good with it.
Okay, we're fine.
Okay,
That's fine.
that's it.
It's late, Mark, anything?
Trailhead Park bathroom improvements will begin on June 16th. We had a pre-construction meeting. We went out with the contractor. We feel good about that selection. Reminder, we have a workshop June 10th on a commercial project on Highway 27. City Hall sign's been installed, as y'all can see. Reminder by Form 1's due July 1st, Form 1, July 1st. We also are looking to have a workshop for the grocery store project that's being proposed on Highway 27 near Sullivan Road. If there's a date y'all would like to have that, or you want to try to squeeze it in on June 10th with the other one.
June 10th, we have one. We probably, I don't think who's
Yeah,
available.
I won't be available.
I won't either.
So they're not, yeah, that's your normal every year vacation, isn't it?
June 10th?
You're right,
I have
though,
a
that-
college thing.
We can do June 24th?
Yeah, we can do grocery on June 24th. June 24th is proposed count.
For both?
Ideally, yes.
I'm fine with, we can do,
June 10th's already for the applicants ready to go.
yeah, we can do June 10th without you, and then June 24th.
So June 24th for the grocery store?
Yeah, that's fine.
Nothing on the 10th, or?
No, we're still.
So are we
gonna-
doing the
Yeah, we're
10th
do-
or we're not?
Yeah, we're doing two. We're doing the 10th, we've got a
10th and the
workshop.
24th.
10th because it's already been advertised,
Yeah, I disclosed I couldn't come.
and that's fine. So you'll have 3 people at the workshop. And this is for the project on 27,
That's the 10th.
which is not the grocery store project.
And the next meeting, I plan to have the, not GFL necessarily, but the company that's doing the work of the street cleaning. The owner is in Europe right now, but he'll be back, and hope to have him at the next council meeting to give the council and the public an update on their efforts to clean the roadways.
Okay, do you want to brief Eric on the project on 27?
Sir?
The project on the workshop on the 10th is for a project on 27. What is the project?
It's a project on Highway 27 near Oak Valley Boulevard area.
Is it on the
On
south
Oaks area.
west corner or southeast corner of it?
No, it's in front of the, it's front of the wastewater treatment plant. It's front of, not wastewater treatment, it's front of the water tower.
It looks to be potentially a medical use, but they just want to,
That's the one for the 10th?
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
27th and what, I'm sorry?
It's in front of the,
In front of the water tower.
front of the water tower. Front of the water tower.
Well, the water.
Oh, the other way.
And then, Mark, what did you
Oh, I
say
know,
about July 1st? It's our city council meeting.
All right.
July 1st, your Form 1s are due. Just remind you all, if you need any help or
gotcha.
have any questions, let us know.
Do you,
It's all electronic now.
I haven't looked, so did you send that link by chance?
I did.
Perfect, thank you.
Northwest, yeah.
Yeah, they're hammering with emails already. So, okay. Anything else, Mark?
That's all right now, thank you.
Anything for city manager?
No, thank you again for Monday.
City manager?
No, thank you.
City manager?
Mark, what's the next big deadline for Trailhead Park?
Trailhead Park, I have to go back and look. Their questions are, we have a date for their questions to be submitted by. Let's see. Pull up my calendar.
Is that June 18th, I believe it was, something like that?
Let me look.
I can look it up.
By the way, did we reverse public comment? Isn't public comment usually before the reports? Or it's at the end of the agenda tonight, I noticed, yeah. Is it at the end?
June 16th.
I looked at that, I'm like, don't we do public comment?
Yeah, it's June
But
16th.
I
I
was
got it
just
here.
like,
Okay.
this way the public could comment on comments.
I don't have it on
Oh, they
here
can
for some-
comment
I'm
off
in
of
on
our
comments.
comments.
Yeah,
Sure,
that's what I mean.
comments on the report.
They can get the last word. That's all,
Yeah, that
look at it
too.
that way, yeah.
But yeah, you are right. It's you,
Oh, item 9? Oh, item 9, social media,
The
oh,
RFP.
okay.
Oh, we didn't do we didn't do public comment on it, but it
Apparently
wasn't,
not.
did we have to do it? I mean, I don't mind doing it, but,
I think there is a
think we
public
should.
comment.
you know, we'll let you speak on it, we didn't.
Oh, no?
Okay, that's fine. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, no, that was it. I got the dates. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Mark.
Anything for Mark? Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Scott, anything?
One thing I would mention is, I don't think anybody was holding their breath for it, but ordinance 2025-02, that was the one that potentially limited the gallonage of irrigation that people could use, had been actually tabled to have second reading tonight. Per the overwhelming negativity towards that ordinance, we pulled it and didn't even put it on the agenda, which was your instructions earlier, but just
Okay.
for whatever it's worth. It was advertised for tonight, so. Outside of that, I have had comments lately, just a variety of comments and stuff that I think it'd be a good time to update our sunshine law training and all of those things. There's been a variety of things that were suggested, everything from doing it together as a group or watching the videos.
You mean
or
including P and Z on it, so P and Z is aware of
Yes,
the
yes.
sunshine?
To include P and Z with it as well, yes.
Wouldn't having all of us together in turn violate sunshine unless we?
Well, you'd have to advertise it.
I think that'd be kind of funny, though, you know.
So it'd be a good
advertise-
example.
advertise me
Yes,
about
that would be quite ironic
Yeah,
if
exactly.
we violated sunshine law at our
While
sunshine law.
learning about sunshine
yeah.
law,
Not voting on it.
So, we don't have to make that decision necessarily tonight, but one of the suggestions that had been mentioned was possibly having a joint workshop or to view the, have a sunshine law.
Can we get our
training.
3 hours credit for doing this?
Yeah,
thing?
you can hopefully get credit for doing that, yes. But we could go ahead and look at the typical video, but I could be here or Jennifer could be here to take questions or answer questions specifically. Just something to consider.
We should do that,
Yeah.
cater lunch?
Jennifer can do it, and you can do interpretive dance of sunshine law.
I think you should.
I like the Jennifer could do it suggestion. That's a
But
good-
you missed the interpretive dance by
No,
Scott
no,
Gherkin.
I do think this is an important topic that. we
No,
all-
I
Yeah,
think
we've gotten.
I
yeah.
got some recent meetings, I got
Without
some
naming
pretty-
names or anything, there have been a few comments, and it's just, in every situation I've seen, it's been mainly the appearance. Just, we're a small town, we know each other, but sometimes when people on the same boards are talking to each other, people presume the worst. And I, of course, presume the best, that you're just talking about non-public business, but those kind of things, I think we could use a little bit of training with that.
Yeah, they're not fun calls to take,
No.
at all.
So, don't need to make any final decisions for tonight, but I'll get with the staff and perhaps we can put something together
It's fine.
and
Pizza
focus it a
party?
bit more. All right.
and get credit for the 3-hour
That's
class.
here, and you're gonna bring the instructor here, or you're gonna do it?
Yes.
He's gonna do
Or
it.
Jennifer. Well,
Yeah.
I think what we will probably do is watch some of the prepared materials but then we'll expound on that. and
Should
answer
we,
questions,
and this is just asking the question to try to get partners, is this something that we should try to open up to the other cities and try to work? Can you reach out to city managers if like we can just do a sunshine one for everybody, or
Let's
you
talk-
want to do
let's
it yourself? I don't care.
Talk about it.
We'll talk through it. The county, I think, does one already that they do, but we'll ask
Just
around a little.
socialize it, it doesn't really matter.
Something League of Cities could do, probably.
Yeah,
You get 15 cities in here.
because everybody has to do the same training, so it wouldn't be a bad
Yeah,
idea.
so,
Yeah, if not, I end up watching the video.
They all do it, right?
I'm sure everybody does.
not let us at least do
We
it.
have to sign, we have to.
Yeah, they all sign their forms saying they do
We have
it,
to sign
yes.
our Form 1 saying we did it, so.
Yeah.
So the answer is yes.
Okay, so you're not opposed to trying to do something like that either?
No.
Either other cities, county?
Whatever.
or-
If not, we can do it our own.
And/or our own,
Right here
Together.
in Minneola City Hall.
watch movies, have popcorn, all that kind of stuff.
Pizza party. I like it.
All right,
Okay. Anything else, Con?
no, not this evening.
Nothing for the city manager?
Nope.
I'm sorry, for Scott?
I want to clarify a point. We were talking about the fire station, and I want to clarify my position on that. I don't have a problem with the fire station being 100 feet from Hancock Road, or 50 feet or 25 feet from Hancock Road. I have a problem with something being between Hancock Road and the fire station. There's a lot, an out parcel, I think it's called, in front of the fire station. I will never, ever vote for that to have a structure on it. It'll block the view of the fire station. That's my position,
Okay.
okay? I don't have a problem with where the city manager says to put the fire station or the fire chief. I have a problem with blocking the view of the fire station, period.
Thank you. Thanks for clarifying. That's fine. We're good. Reports, Pam?
Yes. Wally sent me a text message. He says, "Thank you, council, for recognizing city really needed this ordinance for which we as one homeowner will benefit." He also mentioned a special thank you to Scott and Jennifer, as pleasure working with them, Wally and Michelle. So thank you, Brad, if you were able to, I saw you with your phone so that they could actually see it, and I guess, I don't know if you FaceTimed them or what you did, recorded it, but I appreciate you doing that for them because they were very much concerned. Other than that, I already made my comment earlier as far as Memorial Day. Thank you very much, and things are moving along with that project as well. That's it.
So you had mentioned about fun calls. Last night at, and I need to respectfully tell you about this. Last night at the Planning and Zoning Board meeting, while I was sitting over there as the liaison, I'm respectfully telling you this. I got a lot of fun phone calls. And the meeting, in my opinion, was chaos.
Yes.
And I took a little comments, and a bunch of people said your presence was distracting. It was unprofessional, and the presence at this meeting gave the perception to the attendees and the board that you were influencing the outcome or vote for this project. Your interactions were perceived as disruptive and inappropriate for the setting. It created discomfort among the attendees. And just my opinion, as elected officials, we want to ensure that our conduct supports an orderly function for our boards and maintains the public trust in the process.
Okay.
So to end this, I want to say that I hope we can work together to ensure future meetings maintain the respectful and orderly atmosphere that the public expects and deserves.
Okay, and I am not doubting that at all. And for pure disclosure of that, Mark and I had to meet with them because they were not there to try to find out who the applicant was, because we were trying to determine if I was even able to attend a workshop, which I don't think I'm going to be able to even address it if it comes in front, because, for public record, my wife is in a lawsuit with Walmart, and Walmart could be one of the potentials, and that was our disclosure that we were having of where do I fit in here, what do I do? So as a possible tenant, I cannot, anything that happens on that piece of property, because it could be neighborhood Walmart, I will not be at a meeting, a workshop, or anything for it.
So,
And
sorry, Pat, just want to clarify, so it's not a Walmart supercenter on that parcel, it's a Walmart neighborhood store as
they
a
won't-
potential?
They've not determined, they will not defer that it's not, they won't disclose what it is.
Correct, yeah,
But it could potentially be a Walmart neighborhood center.
Correct, it could
Same
potentially
thing.
be a Walmart
Right,
neighborhood
thank you for
center,
clarifying.
not a, potentially could be a Walmart superstore.
Right,
So
thank
just
you,
wanna-
thank you for that one.
Yes.
But at the same time, there is another item that's coming in front of us in July, which will come up, that they want a workshop, which could potentially be the other, which I will not be partaking in any of those workshops. I will not be on the dais when they were here. I will not be anywhere around. And that is only because, to try to understand for legality reasons, for those who want to go on, who love social media and love to dig in. Pre-COVID, my wife fell at Walmart, broke her arm. She's been out of work for 4 years. And we have an ongoing lawsuit. She has an ongoing lawsuit with the Walmart Corporation, which is on file at Lake County. And so anything that goes, if I was supportive of it, it looks bad. If I'm against it, it looks bad. So I have to excuse myself from all of it. Prior to this, the applicant has never reached out or would not comment to us of what's going on. So that was the time where I had to figure out what the next step was. So please understand, and respectfully, I do understand, but that is why what happened, because we were trying to figure out. And so people make assumptions when they say things, and perception, and I'm fine with.
Perception.
I'm not doubting what you said at all, because Mark and I made the comment, that's why I kind of once we resolved, I left, because we had to figure this out.
I just think the timing was off.
Oh, no, it was bad time. It was bad timing at all.
I don't think it was a good reflection on the city.
And that's fine.
Yeah, I mean.
And they were
the
not.
Meetings and everybody talking over here, and from that seat, it looked bad.
Oh, no, and I'm not doubting it. I'm not doubting it at all. But they were like not knowing, they did not know that they should have workshopped it, and so that was just trying to figure out what went south pretty quick. So I respect what you say, and I'm not going to sit here and argue what you said is wrong, because if you took out of mine, I would agree with you 100%. But I'm just explaining to you my situation that we had to resolve, because letting the applicant know if they chose to move forward, they're going to have to try to get 3 votes out of 4 people, because I cannot vote on that. And that was changing their position at the workshop if it's something that they want to move forward to.
Yeah, I think the perception was with me at that seat and the board,
Yeah, and
but I'm just thinking, can it be resolved the night before or a week before instead?
They have never reached out to anybody and would not, to the last minute, would not disclose anything. And so we had to explain to them, this is what's going on. So, and when we met with them, they would not deny that it was not going to be a Walmart neighborhood center. They would not confirm it, but they would not deny it. And so because of that, I was saying, I'm going to have to recluse myself, so if you want to move forward with this project, you're going to have to make sure, if there's something you want to move forward with, and because their biggest concern was, well, we've got money in this, how much money we have to more put into it? I'm like, you're going to have to figure out what you have to do, because you took a vote off the table and you have to get 4 out of You have to get 3 out of 4 votes for this.
Yeah, but I also, you got to understand that,
No,
nobody.
I understand, and I didn't disclose it.
Let me finish. If you got to understand that nobody knows about those conversations. So the board up here was like, what is he doing?
I know, no, I get it. I get it 100%.
So I just
And I'm-
respectfully ask.
and I will be happy if you can relay to your board that I apologize and explain to them what the situation was. But that is it, is we were trying to figure out and let the applicant know, because they've got a lot of money invested as they move forward in this, that if you're trying to get approval here and it goes forward, there's any time that they can pull out. It's full disclosure to them, and they were not being receptive and forthcoming, so we had to be. So, okay.
And
Does it-
Scott, yes, and Scott, I know he encourages everybody to attend these meetings, council members included. But I think you also encourage us to sit back, just listen, not say a word, because we don't want to discourage the planning and zoning board who recommends.
Right,
No,
right, but it was
to us.
something totally different that was going on.
But-
Does that help explain it?
It does, but.
It doesn't help the perception.
It doesn't
And
help the
I'm fine with that,
perception.
and I'm fine with that, so.
Right.
Does that, are we?
Yeah, I just think that
Yeah, but it was gonna
in
have to.
future, let's
But
think about that.
I would have brought that up during my part of what happened last night, because I needed to disclose that there's a lot of hot topics coming up in front of us over the summer that I will be not on the dais for, or anywhere close to the dais, or making comments on, that any projects for that site or for the Hill City Center, who wants to actually do a workshop in the July.
Town Center.
The town center, I will not be on the dais for any of that. So, and this has been going on for years, and once it went public, and you can pull it up on, there is a conflict of interest. And that's mainly because the perception is, if I vote for it, then somebody's gonna say, I voted for the project because they settled with your wife. Or if I vote against it, they're gonna say, you vote against it because my wife's suing it. It's the perception what people have of what happens outside of these chambers, that they come and they make assumptions on that this is what goes on and we're all on the take. And so to alleviate that, I will be excusing myself from any of it. So I hate to, you'll be, you having to lead the meetings as the vice mayor for
Sure.
those things. That was full disclosure.
And by the way, with regards to P and Z, actually, my preference is that you all not attend the P and Z meetings, or view them, but. if
Viewing is
you-
nice.
But if you do, yeah, actually with the viewing now, that's a ideal option, because you get to hear and see what actually transpires, but you're not affecting the outcome. Ultimately, though, if you do come, and you've heard me say this multiple times before.
Multiple times, yes,
My
sir.
preference would be that you don't comment or take part in the meeting, and so.
And we didn't. It was a sidebar that probably shouldn't have happened. Okay?
Thank you for saying
I
that.
agree, thank you.
Thank you.
Good.
Jeff, anything?
No.
Okay, I think I said what I was gonna say, so you took it from me.
Audience?
Okay, audience, final audience?
Good evening. Tom Haracco, 580 Blackstone Street. Mr. Mayor, I just kind of caught wind of what you said, so this is probably not going to, you're probably going to recuse yourself from my question. Orlando Centennial, right, May 17th, exactly what we're talking about. Let's see. 2 side-by-side big box retail stores set as anchor locations within the hills of Minneola's Planned Town Center, Minneola Marketplace. 340,000 square feet of retail space combined. Developer not identifying the stores, but the site plan and building footprints are nearly identical to side-by-side Walmart Supercenter and Sam's Club. Key words, Walmart Supercenter. Let's see, we were talking 1,400 parking spaces?
Just to clarify, so this isn't the one on 27. What you're referring to is the one on Citrus Grove. Just one.
Yes, Citrus Grove.
And this was one that they want to workshop in July.
Okay.
So it's coming, it hasn't started.
But hold on, here's my question, because this is my question. I just lost my spot, but we have an ordinance in effect for the size of business, is that correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Mayor, this is what I will ask you. You publicly, or not, on social media, you made a Facebook comment, and it said, although we can't choose the businesses, we can limit the size of them.
Yes, I did.
That's correct.
Yes.
I would like to know if each council member, is that still the position that we are going to stick by this ordinance and limit the size of the business, or are we going to allow these big box stores to come in, and that will be our town centers, we meet pushing carts through a parking lot? That's what I want to say, because that's a town center. We sold an idea to the people of Minneola that we are going to gather and have a place to congregate as a town. In your election campaigns, that's what you sold as what you wanted to do with this town moving forward. I hope that's still what you propose to this town moving forward. Because, yes, there's building coming in. It's going to grow. But we can control what this town becomes. Walmart at a turnpike entrance does nothing to serve the residents of Minneola. As a matter of fact, if you look at the Atlantic Journal, it actually says it lowers the community value. We get cheap goods, we get a parking lot, and we get a lot of traffic coming off of the highway. We have a Walmart in Claremont. They're not providing high-wage jobs. They're not providing any value. I'd hope we look for more of mom and pop, and people are going to come here and add value. No one's moving to Minneola to go to Walmart, but an entrepreneur may come here to establish a business. People may come here to do good things. That's not what Walmart or Sam's Club is going to offer. Thank you.
So you bring up a good point, and Scott, this is actually a question for Scott. So we approved this PUD for that area, correct? From a legal standpoint, and I know that we're trying to be careful because I don't want to say, hey, we're going to vote one way or the other. From a legal standpoint, hypothetically, if the council was to vote no on anything that could come up in that area, are we, the city, liable for anything from the developer? Since there was already a PUD already voted for by the council last year, a year and a half ago.
They have a current PUD which they're entitled to develop and follow.
As was voted and
As was
approved.
voted on and approved. It did, which did not include the
Which
super
is,
center and all that.
and then,
Not include
it did not include,
Yeah.
correct, and it did not include the big box stores that you were just alluding
Correct.
to, so.
It did not, and they acknowledge that. They
Yeah.
are actually requesting and filing an amendment to the PUD, which will go through the 2 public hearings and be advertised and go through P and Z. So they're requesting a change and believe that what they're asking for is best for the community. So you're,
No,
but, so to answer your question, no, they have their right to develop as it's been approved.
As it's been approved,
They have
yeah.
the right to request a change, which is what they're
Correct.
changing, but.
Now, again, I'm not gonna say what we're gonna vote for, but I can say in this public record, the same 5 people that were up here voted for the current PUD are the same 5 that are up here.
I do think it's interesting, and he's quoted in a press, which I'm not 100% sold on what the press writes, but we're pretty excited about this point. Sonterra Principal Richard Jaron said, "We know we're getting through the process and approvals will be a challenge because it's not maybe what a lot of people visualized, but it's the best thing for the residents of Minneola. It's good to know that he knows what's best for everybody that lives here, because he thinks he does." Thank you.
Yes, and I would add that if I read that article and it sounded like it had been approved already, which was the only trouble, and they hadn't even applied at that point, so it
Right.
was a little, I had people asking me that, gosh, it's coming. I go, well,
Same.
no, that's, has not been approved, yeah, so.
Dave Yeager, 2750 Purple Meadow Court. If you get onto Facebook, you'll see that O'Shea has a great video about the destination of the Crooked Can. Pretty impressive, actually. I think it's, the city comes to a point, and you started me earlier, Mayor, that basically, we supply water, wastewater, fire, safety, police, and parks. At the end of the day is we need to order seats right now, because the first day that the people up in my area or anywhere else that don't have wastewater and their toilets back up, you better order the seats now, because this place will be packed. And our responsibility is just make sure trash gets picked up, there's water, there's wastewater, and now, obviously, as we grow, we need parks. And it's nice to have tons of reserve, and it's nice to have no debt. I get all that. And that falls into my other thing, is that 13.23 acres that's right next to the wastewater treatment plant, that we're going to spend maybe to enhance the wastewater treatment plant 30, 40, 50, I've heard 62 million. At the end of the day, if you eminent domain that piece of land, you get maybe for 2 million because there's no business on it that you would have to go through that procedure. Or you would pay $6 million, but you would have that land. And then there were some council people said, we need a plan. Well, the plan is you need land. That's the plan. And the plan on the other part of the land that we were going to give on the other side of Sullivan, on the east side, or the west side, it was too low. So we need land. And then right next to that 13.23 acres, there's another 16 acres. And, you know, the plan is it could be a transfer station for solid waste. It could be a place for a morgue. It could be more rib area. It could be more place to have more capacity. And at the pace we go, we don't make a decision, it'll be too late. So again, you know, we better order the seats now because it doesn't look good that we don't make sure that we cover our butt. And the people are here and they're coming, and the last thing we want to do is that. The other thing is, and I've said this 15 times, that, you know, all these developers come and they make the money, and that's a great thing. But if you do a dumpster application fee right now at 2,000 homes, $100 a fee, and it's not a assessment, it's a fee. And it's more money for us, because when they're gone, they're gone. And so we really need to eminent domain that land, buy that land or something, because it touches the city of Minneola. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Jennifer Morse, 1064 Golden Dawn Loop. You talk about perception, Mayor Kelly, and that's exactly what my theme was. One of my themes tonight was the perception of the community. And when I'm up here speaking, I'm not speaking just for myself. I have a community behind me that sends me emails, that messages me, that talks to me on Facebook, and I have Moms of Minneola that has over 2,000 residents that communicate. And I know Pam and Debbie are in that group, so they do see the communications. The perception is exactly that. So I don't understand why you think that there's a different perception of you approving variances for a group that has donated to your campaign over a not frivolous, I don't mean that, but a lawsuit with Walmart with your wife over a big box store. Additionally, the big box thing is my other concern. My theme tonight was approving variances that don't make any sense. So you're approving these variances that you're actually stating that you approved them for a previous project. So these developers are coming and it's like, oh, this project is gonna hold precedent, so we can talk to that, so they have to approve our variance. It's a slippery slope what you guys are doing, approving all of these things. And this goes back to that big box store that you've so proudly during your campaign, whenever you post on Facebook, that you did implement the 18,000 square foot ordinance. But me as a citizen that saw what happened tonight, am very concerned that even though we have this ordinance, you may as well decide to allow these big box stores, because it doesn't seem to matter what we provide and what we put into law for our city. Additionally, it seems like when it directly affects your community of Oak Valley, you post the stuff on Facebook and you post it on a specific group because you know the admin will turn off comments. And I would love to get Scott's legal advice as to whether turning off comments on a public forum by a mayor is actually legal whenever they turn disagreeing to the city. And we also have an email or a message from that particular admin that turned off comments when I made comments to a previous one, and said that due to sunshine law, that he likes to protect the council, and that's why he turns off the comments, which I have record of that. Again, you showed up at a Hills of Minneola HOA meeting to discuss why the tunnel's not being built now. It seems like we should be able to get that information as a Minneola residents, because it affects everybody and not just that community. And then one last thing, the trailhead. I hate to see that we're going to waste a month and a half and see that either, my concern is, one, no one's going to bid on this project because it doesn't make any sense for a contractor to do all of the things that you guys requested. Two, that you're going to get 2 bids and we're going to be back to, well, that's what we got to work with, you know. And that's my concern with every project we have with this city since I've been scrutinizing it. So I would, again, kindly request that you guys would look into the actual bidding platforms that are being used and not a Craigslist version. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I don't know what's mine. Got it.
Anyone else? Can I get a motion for adjournment?
I'll motion to adjourn.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Debbie. Thanks for bringing that.
My back, my leg. I'm calling sick right now. Sir, I can't make it to work tomorrow.
Christine, is this extra book mine? Yeah.
Oh,
Take care, have a good one.
No,
excuse me.